by Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited for the sole use of our licensees. Any reception, interception, retransmission, redistribution, or other use of the signal without the express written consent of Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited is strictly prohibited and will be the subject of criminal prosecution and civil action. Any equipment or apparatus involved in such a use is subject to seizure and forfeiture under the law. They're off for the first. Fair start, Princess Talisi the worst off. Uncle Peck took off quickly with Ahmed Ali. Storm is being pushed to go for that lead as they run away now toward the final six. Blood Moon in close attendance and racing in second. Uncle Peck on the outside. The General just almost in between horses. A gap of some 6 lengths as they lead the 6 opens up to Ahmed Ali. A break of some 3 more to King Pie now beginning to make gains. She's My Hedge Fund a length and a half left back. Princess Talisi trails the field as they charge past the 5 and run toward the final half of a mile in the first event. Storm guides them along with a 5 or 6 length advantage. Being chased all the while by Blood Moon and Uncle Peck. These two keep company as they slip past the half mile. A break of some 4 or 5 to the General in the all black. King Pie is racing 2.5 lengths in behind. Ahmed Ali breathing down his neck. A gap opens up to She's My Hedge Fund and the Princess Talisi needing help as they flash past the 3, about to arrive at the 5/16. Storm continues to hold the advantage and fends them off under the champion jockey Radish Roman and will turn for home with that lead. Uncle Peck, the favourite, now unleashed and asked to close the gap. Blood Moon took the corner wide. The General in the all black now asked to make ground, but it is Storm put to the right hand stick. Uncle Peck coming with a strong charge on the outside. Watch the General now trying to close up against the rail, and the General now strikes the front. It's the General in the all black with the red cap beginning to pull away from them. Inside the final 16th, the General is full of run, and the General will come away to take it handily in the end on the devastating Dane Dawkins, maybe 3.5. The Storm looks to be second over the favourite Uncle Peck. Finishing back, that's King Pie. Ahmed Ali looks to be 5th.
Off and racing right away. Just on the outside, that Sensational Soul who wants that lead. American Aviator, though, coupling up nicely going past the 7. So American Aviator, Prince and Prodigious Power and Sensational Soul. American Aviator going on just about a neck in front of Prodigious Power as they go past the 6. 3 lengths before we come to Sensational Soul back in the 3rd. Another 2 or 3 before we come to Thousand Treasures and Prince Roy racing at the back. They head toward the 4, and on that lead, these two battling for it right against the rail. American Aviator just on the outside. Prodigious Power getting closer back in the 3rd. That Sensational Soul. Another 6 before we come to Thousand Treasure and 7 at the back of the field. That's Prince Roy. They head toward the 3, and these two still glued together, fighting for it, and they be playing into the hands of Sensational Soul. On the inside, it's American Aviator. Outside, Prodigious Power just on the outside and coming on, and really coming on the inside now. That is a Thousand Treasures and Thousand Treasures hits the front. It's Thousand Treasures in front of Stable Companion chasing that Sensational Soul. Thousand Treasures in front. Sensational Soul trying to get the Thousand Treasures. Thousand Treasures tying up a bit. Sensational Soul begin to bear down on Thousand Treasures, and Sensational Soul now hits the front from Thousand Treasures. Fighting on. It's 2 on the day for Devastating Day Dawkins. 2 on the day for Gary Sabrati. Sensational Soul beats Thousand Treasures. Then comes Prince Roy, Prodigious Power, and American Aviator back in 5th.
Field in 9, 7.5 furlongs. They're off immediately. Informal Gladiator staggers out at the back with Knockstar. They share last. A drop-off got a good start. Baby Grey tucked in between horses. Miracle Selection forming the line of 3 as they blast away toward the 6. Friends Connection has made some progress, racing back in 4th. Informal Gladiator is 5th, and last of all, it is a Knockstar as they charge away. Well, we have one just coming out of the gate, a long, long way last with Mount Everest to climb, and that's Lagertha. They flash past the 5, and Baby Grey has now picked up that lead and skipped away by some 6 lengths. Racing there toward the outside, Miracle Selection running in second. Drop off right there now and making gains. And drop off now moves into second over Miracle Selection, backing out in third. Friends Connection is 4 further lengths back and being urged along. Informal Gladiators there. Then Knockstar and Lagertha nowhere around. They flash past the 3. Baby Grey took a breather and continues to lead by some 5 or 6 lengths. Drop off now, asked to close the gap and coming in hot pursuit as they're coming into the top of the lane, and it is the Grey, a Baby Grey out in front. Drop off the closest pursuer. A break back to Miracle Selection hanging on for third, but it's a strung out field led by Baby Grey inside the final 3/16th, and now Emilio McLean calls for the right-hand stick, and Baby Grey keeps on rolling. Drop off trying to close the gap, but at the moment not doing so. They're inside the final furlong, and this is a stroll for Baby Grey and Emilio McLean inside the final 16th. It's all over. Baby Grey and Emilio McLean conquer them all in the third event and win by double digits. Drop off is second. Miracle Selection is third. Friends Connection is fourth.
Often Racing, 4:30 didn't get away too sharply, but not too bad, as Altogether wants that lead. Big LA rushing down on the outside. Summer Palace is right on the outside of those. Then comes the Nebuchadnezzar, now overtaken by Feeling Free. Then comes a 4:30 and Secret Sensation racing at the back of the field. They head toward the 3, and on that lead, not by far though, that is Altogether. On the outside, Summer Palace looking ominous. Right there back in third, that's Big LA, now overtaken by Feeling Free. They're gonna come at the top of the lane, and Altogether still resolute on that lead. Summer Palace is bearing down, and Altogether Feeling Free is beginning to kicking. They're coming with a furlong and a half to travel, and now Summer Palace goes on, but Feeling Free is bearing down on Summer Palace and Feeling Free, and Summer Palace Feeling Free on the outside. Summer Palace on the inside, and Feeling Free looks to be traveling the better. It's a 3-timer for Devastating Day in Dawkins, and a win for the most improved trainer, Peter John Passat. Feeling Free beats Summer Palace. Then comes the Nebuchadnezzar. Cut tight for fourth, maybe Altogether or Secret Sensation.
Start already, they're off. Over on the far side, getting a fast start, that's Toronado Steel coming away quickly and beginning to attack across. Cherry Blossom in the blue races in the center, just toward the middle. That's Alkebulan in the blue and orange. Lucy on the Go is in a handy spot and may already have assumed the lead as they run toward the final quarter. Ballistic Missile in the pink sleeves racing nearest to us. Lucy on the Go, Alkebulan on the far side with Tornado Steel. These are the principals. Ballistic Missile now asked to get going as they race away toward the final furlong, and it's still wide open. Tornado Steel, Alkebulan, they actually rub shoulders. Lucy on the Go now asked to get up. Watch Ballistic Missile under the stand fence. They drive toward the line, 4 abreast. They've gone by. It's tight. Lucy on the Go may just have done it, but it's close with Alkebulan, Tornado Steel. Ballistic Missile looks to be back and forth.
Now they're off and racing. Getting a good start in the middle, that's Air of Fire. Restoration is also on the premises. Over to the middle, that's Basilicus charting the course. Toward the near side, that is Don't Tell Lulu. They're spread right across the track as they make their way coming out of the chute and onto the racetrack proper. Basilicus looks to be in front. Don't Tell Lulu is right there. Restoration, Air of Fire is also on the premises as they make their way coming with just over a furlong. And Phoenix Risen is right on the premises. It's Phoenix Risen looks to have the lead from Restoration, and Phoenix Risen. Restoration just doing the better. Phoenix Risen trying to get to Restoration. Restoration going on to beat Phoenix Risen. Get tight for third between the Gifted One and Basilicus. A bang-up finish for fifth.
Now they're off. Tigre Express, Charming Sound, the slowest to leave. Dashing through and grabbing an early lead, that's Golden Loyalty as they go flashing past the 6. Tigre Express right in the slipstream and racing in second, a length down. Big Argument races ahead of Bad Investment. Charming Sound on their outside, they leave the 5. A break back to Lord of Ajalon, some 4 or 5 lengths to Casual Peach, and Expeditious, although ridden, stays at the back of the field. They're charging up inside now the final half of a mile and into that turn, and Golden Loyalty attempts to go all the way with that lead. Tigre Express right in the dicky seat and racing in second. A break back to Bad Investment and Big Argument backing out into fourth. Lord of Ajalon is racing in fifth, double digits off that lead. A gap opens up to Casual Peach as they charge away down the back stretch and out of it, and no rider aboard. That's Expeditious as they're coming into the top of the lane. Golden Loyalty continues to hold the advantage. Here is Tigre Express now asked to kick in on the outside. It's Golden Loyalty still running strong. Tigre Express pulling alongside. These two eye to eye as they drive inside the final furlong. It is Tigre Express now who points. Tevin Foster on 399. Tigre Express could give him win number 400 and begins to open up 2 lengths quickly over Golden Loyalty. He's got it. Tevin Foster has the 400th win on Tigre Express. Then Golden Loyalty, Casual Peach, Bad Investment, Lord of Ajalon.
And we are ready for a start. Often racing, stepping a bit slow, that's Miss Marbella and Miss Brayton. Wanting that lead is Global Pursuit, right against the rail, that's Locked Down. Miss Grove going down into it, then comes a Star Quest behind those. Then comes Miss Marbella recovering along with El Mastilis, then comes a Brahma Bull, and racing at the back of the field, that's Miss Brayton. They head toward the 4, and it's on that lead. Global Pursuit, tracked intently by Miss Grove, going down into second. Star Quest is right there too. Miss Marbella racing back there. Then comes Almastilis just on the inside and fading. That's a Lockdown, and Lockdown. Then comes Brahma Bull, and still at the back of the field, that's Miss Brayton. They're coming at the top of the lane, and still on that lead and traveling nicely. Just now slipping through on the inside. That Star Quest. Miss Grove is out wide, still trying to come back for more. That's Lockdown. It's Miss Grove and Star Quest. Star Quest and Miss Grove coming out wide. Miss Marbella also coming on. That is a Lockdown, but it is Miss Grove in front. Miss Grove, Star Quest fighting on. Miss Grove and Star Quest. This is where the race lies. Miss Grove on the outside, Star Quest on the inside. Miss Grove beating Star Quest. Then comes a Lockdown. Then comes Miss Marbella, Lockdown back in fourth. Now they're off and racing. Lexi Lou gets a good start in the middle. Catalina also got away quickly. To the near side, that's Kohler Nare and another Wow. Over on the far side, Behave, and another Quality right there too. Lexi Lou looks to be just the leader from Kohler Nare. Right in the mix also there, that's another Wow. Right there too, Queen Majesty. Over on the far side, Behave. They're spread right across the track. And Lexi Lou could just be the marginal leader as they come out of the chute. Right there too, here comes another Wow. Lexi Lou keeping on from another Wow. This is where the race lies. They're coming to the furlong pole. Lexi Lou still in front, another Wow. Still chasing, not getting to Lexi Lou. Lexi Lou still in front, another Wow coming on to another Quality. It is Lexi Lou trying to fend them off. Lexi Lou, another Wow trying to, it's 5 on the day for Devastating Dane Dawkins. Lexi Lou goes on to beat another Wow. Then comes another Quality, Call Her an Array, and my friend Mickey back in 5th.
Field in line and sent off for the George Osang OD Trophy. Commander Z gets a good start. Champion Bubbler right up there with the front end on Ruli Mo racing toward the far side in the blue cap. She's That Girl is also showing some speed. Mac and Roman Galloping de Veloz, the ones racing nearest to us as they're racing now toward the final quarter of a mile. Commander Z showing some good speed. She's That Girl is also putting in a strong punch. Mac and Roman Galloping de Veloz, this group nearest to us. On Ruli Mo racing more toward the center, on the far side the Speedy, another one, but they charge inside the final quarter. She's That Girl drifting across toward the far side. Mac and Rome is right against the stand fence, but it's still a wide open. Galloping de Veloz trying to close up with Champion Bubbler now finding room in between horses, but it is Mac and Rome who holds the lead inside the final 16th. They're not going to catch Mac and Rome. Mac and Rome will win the George Hossang OD Trophy. Bulletproof Coffee is second. Champion Bubbler is third. Could be Galloping de Veloz over on the far side on Ruli Mo in 5th. Once again, a very good morning, racing fans. As Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited welcome you to the Caymanas Park Racetrack and our off-track betting parlors. Today's first offers high five wagering, Reggae 6 and Catch 9. The Reggae 6 has a single winner bonus in excess of 16.9 million, Catch 9 starting anew. In the second event, we have Play Spot 8 and Quick 4. Play Spot 8 single winner bonus in excess of 108,000. Quick 4 single winner in excess of 544,000. Mandatory payout in the early 5-star single winner bonus becoming a carryover in excess of $3 million, and the minimum guaranteed payout up to 500,000. Race 4, that's where the Twilight 6 begins. In the fourth event, scratch number 3, Earmark Blitz. Earmark Blitz is sick. Race 4, scratch 3, Earmark Blitz, sick. Race 5, high five wagering on the start of the late 5-star. Scratch 8, Perfect Balance, lame. Race 5, scratch number 8, Perfect Balance is lame. Race 6, high five wagering on the start of the Strike 4. Strike 4, single winner in excess of $1.1 million. Race 7, that's where the late triple begins. Race 8 is the LLOYD LINDBERGH Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy. Race 9 offers high five wagering. And please note, Shavon Townsend no longer claims. So Shavon Townsend no longer claims. Myself and Kevin will be back with you later on. It's now time to go over to our racing analyst, Mr. Michael Kane, as he will try to assist you with your selections, allowing you to leave here with a bag of cash. Over to Michael when ready.
A very good day to you, former racing fans, and welcome once again to Caymanas Park, home of the Caribbean's #1 derby, home of the Caribbean's finest orbit, and home of the multi-mile. We have 9 races in store for you today, and our features are going to be the Mercury Sprint. That's going to be race number 2. 3-year-old Coast and Gedlins go 1,000 meter straight. Yesterday we had the Fillies going 1,000 meter straight in the 8:30 sprint, and that was a fine win by a very quick-looking Lexi Lowe. And the other feature in the car, the Lord Lindbergh Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy. That's going to be race at number 8. And we have a field of 7. They go a distance here of 8 furlongs or 1,600 meters. So that's going to be the 8th and penultimate event on the 9-race card. And that's indeed our main feature. Mandatory payout is on, and it's for the early 5-star. 3 million plus in the jackpot converted to a carry. So that's going to be a must-bet item. And, of course, the must-bet will be the Reggae 6, approaching 20 million. It's at 16 million plus. So that's a must-bet item as well. And the Catch 9, we had mandatory payout yesterday, and the payout there just over $1 million. So a good day for Catch 9 players on mandatory payout day. Twilight 6, make that $3 million. Minimum guarantee payout, that kicks off in the 4th event as well. So those are your big ticket items: mandatory payout, early 5-star, Reggae 6, Twilight 6, Catch 9, and of course, you know you have the Quick 4, late 5-star, and the Strike 4 as well. So many ways to make money on a Sunday at Caymanas Park. And indeed, this Sunday racing has a different vibe to it. You always get some outsiders along the way. No matter how easy the race looks, no matter how easy the card looks, Sunday is just that day when you have outsiders coming through. So try to be on your best handicapping skills, and indeed keep your ears close to the ground and your eyes peeled, and you may be able to come up with an outsider or 2. Yesterday was all about Dane Dawkins. How about that 5-bagger? Dane Dawkins started the show in no uncertain manner. 5 wins of the 10 races, and Gary Sabrati had a triple as well, and trainer Peter Nabasat had a double. So a big day there for Dawkins, Sabrati, and Prasad. Let's see whose big day it will be today. And usually when jockeys have a good day, on Saturday, that normally spills over to Sunday. And same thing can be said about traders, same thing can be said about owners and everyone. So once you have a good day Saturday, you definitely have a good day on Sunday. I won't be having a good day today. I have no runners. My only runner yesterday that actually went to the starting gate and came out to the starting gate won, and that was Restoration. Had two other runners. They were both non-runners. And I'm 1 for 1 for 2026. So started off with 100% there, and Restoration indeed. Jaheim Madison, he fits that horse perfectly, and he has had back-to-back wins aboard Restoration. He had a spill thereafter aboard. It was Charming Sound, I think, and we sincerely hope that Jaheim Madison will be back as soon as possible. And I spoke with his agent, scientist, yesterday evening, and he's a little bit shaken up. And we hope that Jaheim Madison, he's riding so well. Now 7 wins for the season, and he hopefully he'll be back sooner than later. Race number 1, we are 41 minutes to go to post for the opening contest, and here's where we kick off the Regular 6 and the Catch 9, and we have a field of 10. They go a distance here of 5.5 furlongs or 1,100 meters, and this is a restricted allowance 5 for native bred 5 years and up nuns of 2, and importees 5 years and up maidens. The purse is 720,000. Early favorite in the wagering is at odds of 5 to 2. Joint favorites actually numbers 4 Little Maggie and 8 Noble Monarch. Interesting joint favorites there. Then you get 7 to 2 for number 10 Cher de Jour, 9 to 2 for number 2 Captain Fantastic, 5 to 1 for horses 6 and 7 Dancing Aviator and Bays Agree. So the betting spread right across the board. Then you drift out to 9 to 1 for number 5 Secret Mission, and you go into double-digit odds, starting off with number 3 at 15 to 1 Golden Lawyer. So this race appears to be that type of an open event, and indeed we should use multiple selections on our exotics. My best 4 includes 2 Captain Fantastic, 6 Dancing Aviator, 7 Bays Agree, and 10 Cher de Jour. 2, 6, 7, and 10. That's where I'm going in race number 1. Number 2, Captain Fantastic, just beaten last time out by a short head by stablemate Racola. That was over 6.5 furlongs at 124.3. Just beaten on the wire. Led at quarter pole by 3/4 of a length. Came to the front and pulled a length and a quarter clear, but just didn't have that last hop to hold on from Racola. Back here at Philip Partridge, he's aboard for the 6th consecutive occasion, so he's sticking to this one as it flew. He definitely wants to win on this Captain Fantastic. Was second by half length earlier. That was on the 15th of November, going 5.5 furlongs, second by half length there behind Global Machine. So Philip Partridge most definitely will want to get this Captain Fantastic in the winner's enclosure, and he's getting 92 in the early wagering. Number 7 is Bays Agree, has raced only 3 times and has shaped nicely. 1 second time of asking, going for 5 furlongs straight in 102 and 2/5 of a second, and then stepped up to nuns of 2 for the first time, sent off the favorite at 3 to 2, and was able to be prominent for all the way and finished off 4 by 3.5 lengths in that same Racola Captain Fantastic event. With that run under her belt at the nuns of 2 level, she should definitely be kept on the right side here, and she's opening up at odds of 4 to 1. Richie Takes, informed apprentice rider trainer Patrick Lynch, and owner Joyous Racing. Dancing Aviator, I expected this one to do much better last time out. Only able to muster 4 by 6.25 lengths in that 4 furlong straight contest won by Sanita Miracle over Rapida and Shadow of a Doubt. Coming around the bend now, Abigail Abel maintains the mount for the 5th consecutive occasion. So this is another example where Jockey is persevering with a mount, so to speak. Sticking to the mount, really wants to win. We saw where Philip Partridge will be aboard Captain Fantastic for the 6th consecutive occasion, and we're seeing here where Dancing Aviator is been ridden for the 5th consecutive occasion by Abigail Abel. So deductive reasoning tells us that these jockeys want to win with these horses, and indeed we're going to keep Dancing Aviator on the right side. Cher de Jour number 10 with the man of the moment, Dane Dawkins, a 5-timer yesterday, so he'll definitely want to start off Sunday in a winning fashion. He's aboard Cher de Jour for owner trainer Louis Richards. And this Cher de Jour has been running below expectation the last couple of outings, 7 to 2 and 5 to 1, but well beaten 7 by 10 and 3/4, 5th by 14.5 lengths. But has some races on his form lines here that could suffice among these. Second by 3 3/4 behind Gilroy. That came on the 4th of October, going 6 furlongs in 117.2. Second by 3.5 lengths, going 5.5 furlongs on the 7th of September, and that came behind Adira. So any of those 2 efforts we produce here, we'll see a Cher de Jour being in the thick of things where it matters most. A fairly open-looking contest to start our Regular 6 and Catch 9. Let's now take a look at my Regular 6 and Catch 9 tickets for the Sunday card. Started off in race number 1 with numbers 2, 6, 7, and 10, the aforementioned quartet of interest. Captain Fantastic, Dancing Aviator, Bays Agree, and Cher de Jour. Race number 2 make the numbers 1 and 5, and those horses are Blightwood and Wagwan. Race number 3, make it 2, 3, 4, and 7. Kataba, Bold Move, Emperor of the Cats, and Fly Blue Jet. Race number 4, make it 1, 4, 6, and 8. Roaring Kitty, Midnight Runner, Benison, and Slam Sharp. Race number 5, the penultimate leg of the Reggae 6. Banky number 10, Reportable Offense. Please note that number 8, Perfect Balance, is a scratch. So the banker could be a 10-star banker. Reportable Offense. Race number 6, the cash out leg of the Reggae 6. Make it 1, 9, 12, 15, and 16. Shadow of a Doubt, Storm Boy, Pip, Big Guy in the Sky, and Sudden Flight. 6,400 will get you my Reggae 6 ticket on the Lloyd Lindbergh Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial card, as well as the Mercury Sprint. Those are our 2 features today. Catch 9 kicks off in the first. We're going to maintain that quarter to finish, just 2, 6, 7, and 10. I sincerely hope that this gets us off to a start. The race is looking quite open. 2, 6, 7, and 10. Captain Fantastic, Dancing Aviator, Bayes Agree, and Sheer de Jour. Feel free to do any additions of any horses that you may like. This race looks wide open. Race number 2, the Mercury Sprint, make it 1 and 5, Blightwood versus Wagwan. Race number 3, go in here for 3, 4, and 7. Bold Move, Emperor of the Cats, and Fly Blue Jet. Race number 4, go in 4, 6, and 8. Midnight Runner, Benison, and Slam Sharp. Race number 5, banking number 10, Reportable Offense. Please note that number 8, Perfect Balance, is a scratch. Race number 4 is another scratch. Number 3, Earmark Blitz. So those are the 2 runners. Race 4, scratch 3, Earmark Blitz. Race 5, scratch 8, Perfect Balance. In race number 6, taking a big chance here, banking number 16, Sudden Flight. He's in good form and reports first time of the claim. So I'm taking a chance on my catch line here, and singlet number 16, Sudden Flight. Race number 7, 2, 3, and 4, Any Means, Mulligan Man, and Unbelievable Power. Race number 8, the feature, the Lloyd Lindbergh Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy. Banking number 2, Barnaby. And race number 9, the cash out leg of the catch 9, make it 6, 7, and 11. Bernard the Quick, High Diplomacy, and Tiger Medat. 3,240 will get you my catch 9 ticket. Congrats to yesterday's mandatory period catch 9 winners. Over $1 million of effort there. And indeed, that was a good day for catch 9 players. Remember, the minimum guarantee period is $500,000. So any lone winner of the catch 9 today is likely to receive at least $500,000. So it's going to be worth your wager. Quite economical a wager, the catch 9. Find 3 bankers and you convert it to a $5 per play. Pick 6. Best of luck to our catch 9 and Reggae 6 wagers in race number 1. Race number 2 is the Mercury Sprint. We have a small field of 5. Yesterday we had 10 fillies in the 8:30 sprint, and we saw Lexilo getting better off another wow. So they had their turn yesterday. So it's time for the Colts and Geldings today, and it's a small field of 5, and they go 1,000 meters straight to 5 furlong straight. Number 5, Wagwan, is the one that gets the vote here. This Wagwan has been quite prominent on all 5 career starts. I make that 4 career starts. Actually, yes, all 5 career starts. Last time out, second by 5 3/4 lengths behind Dreamcatcher. That was an impressive debut winner. A minute and 4/5 of a second. And this one, 5 3/4 lengths in arrears. Mopai was third, some 3 1/4 lengths behind Wagwan, and Mopai had some close run-up efforts prior. So this Wagwan looks quite well equipped to get the job done here. Tajay picks up the mount for trainer Christopher Pierre and owner Oak Ridge Farms. And Wagwan is the top selection here for the Mercury Sprint. Blightwood number 1 has raced 7 times and has been quite prominent on most occasions. Has actually been 5th on 5 of his 7 outings, 3rd on the other occasion, and 5th on the other occasion. So 4th on 5 occasions, 3rd on 1, and 5th on the other occasion. So he has been quite prominent, raced among the likes of God's Plan, Sir Dom, Midnight Traveler, Fidelity, We Jammin'. That was the Jamaica 2-year stakes winner, the Wayne DeCosto, the Jamaica 2-year stakes winner, and also raced among the likes of importees Prodigious Power and Sir Dom. So this Blightwood now back among native bred company. And the last time out he raced among importees as well. The race was won though by Dash All Day, that local bred, and beating some importees there. So this Blightwood will appreciate the native bred condition of this event. Though John Post 1 has champion apprentice Demar Williams riding for trainer Anthony Nunes, equipment change, tongue tie on, figure it on. So this Blightwood, having shown that much pace last time out among the importees, should very well be able to tack across from this one draw. It's only a field of 5, so he won't be too far from the horse on the outside. So I look for Blightwood to be back in contention throughout. We have 3 others who are all making their debut. And these horses, number 2, So Lucky Am I. Nice name for a horse. Foaled on the 8th of May, he's a 3-year-old bay colt by successful native out of the traditional dam Astrid, bred and owned Ian Roberts, trained Ian Roberts. Maybe to have it, picks up the mount, the groom is Mark Collins, and this one has worked fairly well. 24-2 for 2 furlongs, 36-3. Make that 24-3 for 3 furlongs, 26 for 2 furlongs. So I'm just doing some 2 furlong spins. No equipment yet, no Lasix yet. So this one could be out for the exposure. Number 3, El Capitan. On the other hand, this one will have blinkers, tongue tie, and Lasix for his debut. So that's another angle that you can have when you look at these maiden races. Look for the first-time starters. Look at the equipment. If there's any equipment, you can look to see if there's Lasix administered. And that can give you an idea of the mindset of the connections of these horses. When you see no equipment, no Lasix, basically, this one could be out for the schooling. And at the same time, there are some horses that are of above average ability, and they basically need nothing. They don't need any equipment, they don't need any Lasix. They just come and run their legs off and win. But by and large, for most of the part, when you see first-time starters and they don't have any sign of equipment or Lasix or any of the sort, you can look at the other horses that are more prepared in terms of the equipment and the Lasix and all that you can think of, and the exercise reports as well. And in this case, El Capitan, he will have blinkers, tongue tie, and Lasix. So clearly going to have this one over the likes of So Lucky Am I. El Capitan, 4th on the 11th of May, he is by successful native out of the Emperor Hall Dam, Empress Nicole. And he's a 3-year-old chestnut colt, bred by Nicole Kashim Hunter, owned Garfield Brown, trained Alfred Brown, and Linton Stedman picks up the mount. Groom is Bolton Wisdom. Has worked fairly well, 36 and a fifth of a second for 3 furlongs. That came on the 17th of January, and on the 2nd of February went 49-2 for a half mile. So this one has shown some pace, 37-2, 3 furlongs on the other workout. Other entry is another debutant, and that's Barbecue. This one foaled on the 18th of April. He's a 3-year-old bay colt by Burn Identity of the Western Classic Dam DQ. Bred Vincent Roy Lumsden, owned by Paul Lumsden and Anthony Smith, the trainer here. Tevin Foster, the rider, so a notable choice of rider. This one is groomed by Vinroy Hall and has blinkers and figure 8 fitted for the first time and has been taking things easy that exercise. So maybe this one not quite as ready as yet, but based on the jockey, the choice of jockey, and the blinkers and figure 8 fitted, we can expect a 4th place effort here from Barbecue. The Mercury Sprint goes 5, 1, 3, and 4 for me. And that's going to be Wagwan to get the better of Lightwood, El Capitan, and Barbecue. Race number 3 is next. We'll kick off the early 5-star here, and this is our mandatory period early 5-star. And of course, race number 2 starts off the place spot 8. And we had a recent winner of a place spot 8, 1.4 million, with a stake of $360. Can you imagine that? You invest $360 and you get 1.4 million. Compliments of Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited. I'm quite sure that if you go to a bank anywhere in the world and you put $360 in whichever denomination you are, wherever in the world you are, you put $360 in a bank, you will never live long enough to see that $360 turn to 1.4 million. So it pays to wager Caymanas Park Racing, and indeed that's what we call more than an exponential return on investment. $360 and it works out to 1.4 million. How about that Reggae 6 winner on mandatory period day? The 6th of December, that was multi-mile day, if my memory serves me right. 10.9 million, was it? Or 10.7, something near to 11 million. And one of those tickets cost a mere $120, if my memory serves me right. So it pays to wager. Caymanas Park Racing, you never know which day is going to be your big day. Early 5-star, 3 million plus in the jackpot converted to a carryover. So this is going to be a mandatory period item today. Race number 3 is for the $1,800,000 claimers. They go a distance of 1,000 meters straight or 5 furlongs straight. The purse here is $860,000. My best 4 includes 2 Catawba, 3 Bold Move, 4 Emperor of the Cats, and 7 Fly Blue Jet, 2, 3, 4, and 7. That's where we're going here in race number 3. Emperor of the Cats, one of my favorite horses. And I tell you, I love cats so much. But I love animals overall. Growing up, I had like 7 dogs, 6 Doberman, and 1 Alsatian growing. One time, had to groom them, take care of them, take them to the vet, you name it, everything that have to do with dogs. They had a kennel, had to clean the kennel every day, right? And we had concrete paving toward the side of the house. And you know when dogs are out, they they don't have a bathroom, so they just do what they want to do everywhere. So each day before going to school, I had to get up, clean up their mess, wash the pavement down, and thing on a push broom, and I kept on doing that for many years, and I really appreciate that experience from early on, and that taught me a lot about having responsibility, and also loved cats as well, and talk about being torn between two worlds. Love dogs and love cats, and sometimes in the morning when I get up, I would see cats lying, stone, stiff stone, dead because what? The dogs mauled them. So, you know, that was a part of the casualty of having pets. So cats and dogs, some dogs and cats live loving, but some they don't live loving at all. So even this morning when I was on my way to work, had to feed the cats. So, that's a part of my daily routine, getting up. Cats are there, the ones that are actually at home with us, and you have some other stray ones that come and they just join the party. So whenever feeding is given out, you feed the home cat, and you also have to feed the stray cats as well. Not necessarily a good idea at times because they can multiply. And I remember some time ago, I had a couple of cats at home, and there were some stray cats that came as well. And the stray cats came and they multiplied, and when I checked one at the time, they reached 17. So I had to get them together, the male and female cats. I had to take them to JSPCA, get them spayed so they wouldn't multiply any further, and then give away most of the 17 and keep back just a few of them. So right now, Emperor of the Cats, one of my favorite horses, and sometimes when I see this horse on the program, I say, well, I probably can consider myself an Emperor of the Cats because I love cats so much. And indeed, as I said, animals overall. I'm just an animal lover. And right now, the number one love for me, of course, is horses. So the dogs have to play second fiddle, and so have to be the cats as well. But right now, I think the order would be horses first, then cats second, and then the dogs come third, and birds and whatever else come after. So Emperor of the Cats, this one, a prolific type of earner, has started 38 times. He won 17 races. He has been second on 4 occasions and third on 5 occasions. So Emperor of the Cats, a former Prince Consort Stakes winner, is indeed one that has retained a lot of his ability for many years. He's now 7 years old, and of course, he would have won the Prince Consort Stakes as a 3-year-old. So he is indeed one of those type of horses that gives his ultimate best each and every time. He's quite consistent, and he now hails from the barn of O'Neill Markland, more popular known as the Sweet Man, owned by Janet Najir, and she's of course widow of Vassal Jollyman Najir, and a very good day to Janet Najir, and I know that this Emperor of the Cats may give you something to smile about later on. Everett Clunas picks up the mount. He has 9 mounts so far this season, 1 win and 1 second, so he's getting the job done. And Emperor of the Cats, I'm taking this one to come out on top. Number 7, Fly Blue Jet, easy winner last time, won by 3.5 lengths, beating Midnight Galaxy. And Here Comes Doc. That was over 6 furlongs, now reverts to the straight at 5 furlongs straight. And the man of the moment, Dane Dawkins, picks up the mount, riding for Peter Dumbassard. And Peter Dumbassard had a double yesterday. Dane Dawkins had a 5-timer yesterday. So that form could very well continue for both with this Fly Blue Jet. So Fly Blue Jet is definitely a first-rate contender for top honors here. Number 2 is Catawba. This one was an upset winner, 2-starter back, going 5 straight at the 700,000 level. Won by 2 lengths, beating Posing Already and The Hot Dancer. Stepped up to $1 million and was fought by just a length and a half to Generational Rejected Raja and 1,000 Treasure. So we'll keep Catawba on the right side, even though she appears to be just a length or 2 behind the principals here Number 3 is Bold Move. This one, visor taken off, blinkers on, and Jaheim Addison appointed to ride. We haven't heard any updates about the hot apprentice Jaheim Addison as yet, and we'll wait to hear if he be on the card today. Had a spill yesterday, so we hope that he is A-OK, and if so, he would be able to partner this Bold Move. Bold Move, another that goes well over the straight, but hasn't been quite consistent. Had back-to-back wins at nuns of 3 and nuns of 4, July and August last year over the straight course. So on his best day, we could see Bold Move acquitted himself quite well among these. Make it 4, Emperor of the Cats, over 7, Fly Blue Jet, then 3, Bold Move, and 2, Catawba. Race number 4 is next. We'll start our Twilight 6 here. Minimum guarantee paid is 3 million. Scratch number 3, Earmark Blitz. It's a restricted allowance 5 for nature bred 4 years and up nuns of 2 and importees 4 years and up maidens. The purse is 750,000. They go 1,600 meters, 8 furlongs or a mile. My best 4 includes 1 Roaring Kitty, 4 Midnight Runner, 6 Benison, and 8 Slam Sharp. 1, 4, 6, and 8. Benison went up at 4 to 5 last time out and was totally out of it early in the contest. And I tell you, it was a feed of 6, and Benison was trailing in such an unusual way. 6 by a distance. When he passed a half mile, he was so far behind the field. It was as if he was about to haul up. Totally lackluster in the first half or more of the race. He came to the quarter pole 5th by 14, making mile headway, 5th by 15 at the furlong pole, and then finished up 3rd by 6 lengths. So he really made up a lot of ground behind Joe for Surprise and Roaring Kitty. And going off at 4 to 5 that day, he just really didn't look the part. Has changed barn since, now trained by Byron Davis, more popular known as Pecco, and owned by Blue Knight Stables. So Roger here picks up the mount, and this Benison has very good ability. So now, getting a mile, once he is able to report a lot sharper, which he should, as he worked well on the 31st of January, 5 furlongs round in 103.2 alongside Crypto Girl. So that should be good enough to get this Benison in action early. And once he gets in action early enough, approaching that half mile, he'll be able to outfinish these. Slam Sharp number 8, Shane Ellis, the man with the BH on his chest, badge of honor. And he's, of course, a national honoree here in Jamaica. He rides Slam Sharp for Michael Marlowe. The blinkers have now been fitted for the first time. And this Slam Sharp was a runner-up going a mile, first attempt at non-winners of 2. That was behind the imported filly, Princess Chris. So Slam Sharp, from a similar effort, is one to respect. Last time out, going 7 furlongs, he chased the pace. That race was won by Cutout. He made all the running. Feeling Free was second. We saw Feeling Free win yesterday, and Legal Light was made that Legal Fight was third. And of course, you know, Legal Light, one of our biggest horses ever to race at Caymanas Park, and this Legal Fight, just 1 letter difference in the name between Legal Light and Legal Fight, and that's of course the F for Legal Fight here. So Legal Fight, third by 4 1/4 lengths in that same Cutout Feeding Free event. So once you give Slam Sharp a chance, we should give Legal Light, make that Legal Fight looking as well. Roaring Kitty, runner-up, 3 of the last 4. And she'll get a mile quite effectively. She's a late running sort, so look for Roaring Kitty to be in a serious hunt in deep stretch as well. Quite a competitive 4th event to kick off for Twilight 6. I'm going for number 6, Benison, to get the better of number 8, Slam Sharp. For 3rd, make it number 4, Midnight Runner. Tyree Sanders for Adrian Prince and ONS Racers of ONS Stackroom fame. Visor off, tongue tie off. Look for Midnight Runner to run well. For 4th, make it number 1, Roaring Kitty. Twilight 6, that minimum guarantee paid of 3 million kicks off in race number 4. Let's now take a look at my Twilight 6 ticket for the Sunday card. Starting off with the aforementioned quartet of interest of 1, 4, 6, and 8, Roaring Kitty, Midnight Runner, Benison, and Slam Sharp. Race number 5, make the numbers there. Well, actually, it's 1 number. That's number 10, Reportable Offense. And please note once again that number 8, Perfect Balance, is a scratch. So reportable offense, number 10, my 10-star banker on the Twilight 6. And notably, that's the only 10 horse I'm using on this ticket. So 110 all the way for the Twilight 6. Race number 6, 1, 9, 12, 15, and 16. Shadow of a Doubt, Storm Boy, Pip, Big Eye in the Sky, and Sudden Flight. Race number 7, make it 2, 3, and 4. Any Means, Mulligan Man, and Unbelievable Power. Race number 8, our feature race today, the Lord LINDBERGH Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy. Make it 1, 2, and 3. Brenda Boy, Barnaby, and Mark My Identity. And race number 9, the cash out leg of the Twilight 6. Make it 6, 7, and 11. Bernard the Quick, High Diplomacy, and Tiger Medat. 5,400 will get you my Twilight 6 ticket. Best of luck wagering or Twilight 6 on the Sunday card. Race number 5 is next, as there are 16 minutes to go to post. Regular 6 put at 2.5 billion, catch time put at 650,000. My best 4 for the 5th event. It's a mid-condition race of 4 years and fitters and mares only, and they go 1,200 meters or 6 furlongs. My best 4 includes 1, Newspaper of Record, 3, Bad Bad Tanisha, 6, Too Easy, and 10, Reportable Offense. 1, 3, 6, and 10. Reportable Offense, all the rates coming off a lengthy break between the 5th of March 2025 and the 31st of January 2026, and went up at 3 to 5, made rapid headway, going 5 straight after being thrown to stride, came to the quarter pole 9 by 9, 7 by 9 at the furlong pole, and then 3rd by 3 lengths in the end to total velocity and Chasing My Dream. Richie Shakes maintains the mount for trainer Stephen Todd, a furlong longer to travel, and this Reportable Offense raced among much better horses early in her career, the likes of Riley J, Wayne Sterling's Hansa, Lady Babita, Linguist, the eventual Oaks winner, and run-up in the 1,000 guineas, of course, Mark My Identity. We'll see that one in action later on in the future, the Lord LINDBERGH Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial, and of course, Reportable Offense, 3rd by 6 3/4 to Linguist and Queen Latifah over 5 furlongs straight. So this Reportable Offense will report fitter from that effort on the 31st of January. So once she doesn't bounce, she should be able to show these the way home. The form lines for the other runners, the next best appears to be number 3, Bad Bad Tanisha. She had 2 run-up efforts. Those came in October and November last year. Second by 3 days behind Sparkling Fire, going 5 round in 103.2. Second by length to the quarter behind True Blue, going 6 furlongs in 118.1. Any of those two efforts reproduced here, we'll see Bad Bad Tanisha being right there when it's being decided, and she could very well be the one to catch, as Reportable Offense does not appear to have any good top-end speed. Has some pace though, Bad Bad Tanisha, to get first run here. Christopher Mamdine riding for trainer Robert French. Number 5 is Too Easy. Got some attention on debut at 6 to 1 and was only able to muster 4th, 17.5 lengths behind last position, Shan Chan and Atida. Shaheem Gordon maintains the mount for Gary Crawford. Will report fitter for her debut effort. Look for Too Easy to get closer. And Newspaper of Record, this one is a tardy starter, always slow to stride or break slow, and actually dwelt once. So you know what to expect from Newspaper of Record. She's going to get a bad start. Drawn post 1, going 6 furlongs, not the right place to be when you're such a slow starter. But has a fairly good turn of foot, and if the pace comes back in any significant way, Newspaper of Record could capitalize in deep stretch. But chances are, Reportable Offense will be right there to capitalize before Newspaper of Record gets going. Make it 10, 3, 5, and 1. My order of preference for race number 5. Reportable Offense over Bad Bad Tanisha, Too Easy, and Newspaper of Record. Race number 6 is next. We'll begin our strike 4 here. Minimum guaranteed payout 500,000. Maximum field of 16. We'll go 800 meters straight or 4 furlongs straight. And this is for the claiming level 200,000. Native bred 6 years and up nuns of 2 can run without a tag. The purse is 600,000. Number 16, Sudden Flight. Banging form right now. He has won 3 of his last 4. And we're going to go back to his last 6 races. He has won 3 of his last 6 with 3 run-up efforts on the other 3 occasions. So he is indeed banging form. Javanil Patterson picks up the mount for Donovan Clark. This one reports first time of the claim. Claim for 200,000 on the 13th of December. Runs on the identical tag and gets the wide post. Has 57 kilos. Made all to win last time out, going 4.5 furlongs straight, winning by 9 lengths over Blinded Light and Pip. And 2 starts back, made all again to win, going 3.5 furlongs straight, beating Big Guy in the Sky and Lady Gara. Big Guy in the Sky is here, John Post 15. Tevin Foster picks up the moment for Joseph Thomas. And these 2 horses are in a rematch. And of course, I always tell you about that key variable that contributes significantly to the outcome of claiming races. And that's the change of barn. Some horses can change barn and win right away. Some horses may not. This Sudden Flight appears to be one of those horses that has been responding to different barns effectively. So on that score, Sudden Flight gets a vote. Number 15, Big Guy in the Sky, reports under the care of Josie Thomas for the second time. Last time out, went 5 round. Broke slow, coupled up to go in pursuit of the leaders. Was actually the third best 3.5 at the quarter pole before a week into 6th. Reverts to the straight, cuts back by a furlong, and Big Guy in the Sky, from one of his better efforts, can fight out the finish. He has the distinction of beating Sudden Flight on the 30th of August last year. Beat Sudden Flight by a neck, and that was over 4 furlongs straight. The trip of today's assignment is 4 furlongs straight. So this Big Guy in the Sky could very well have a big effort in store. Pip number 12, also quite capable at the level. Shane Richardson rides for trainer Ricardo Brown. And this one was fought by 3.5 lengths last time out, not much trouble. That came in the Mackay Security Sprint. And 2 starter back third by 9.5 lengths of Sudden Flight and Blinded Light. So has a lot of run to do if he is to turn the tables on Sudden Flight. But remember, the change of barn. Pip hasn't changed barns, but Sudden Flight has. So these are the type of horses that you need to keep on the right side. They can indeed turn out to be a mild upset. Number 1, Shadow of a Doubt, showed good speed last time out, going 4 furlongs straight among non-winners of 2 at the 5-year and up level. Led for 2 furlongs in a 4 furlong straight contest, which was running 48.3. That race was won by an importee, Silent American. Rapido was second, and Shadow of a Doubt weakened to finish third. Now, that type of effort equates well among 200,000 claimers. So, beaten behind Silent American, an importee was running for the second time, and the time was 48.3 for that 4 straight trip. So Shadow of a Doubt fits well among any 200,000 claimer. However, John Post position 1 in a maximum field of 16 at 4 furlongs straight makes his task that much a more difficult one. But based on the speed he showed last time out, and looking at the horses to his immediate right, Ants Attack won't be able to lead him. Mr. Wonderful in his current form, he has some speed at times, but he won't be able to lead Shadow of a Doubt based on Shadow of a Doubt's last performance. Motivator won't be able to lead him. Big Man Biden won't be able to lead him. Galway Bay has some speed, so that could be where the first competition for the lead from the inside will come from for Shadow of a Doubt. Morse Code certainly can't lead. Beautiful Moon has been trailing. Storm Boy, with 57 kilos, doesn't have much top-end speed to lead a Shadow of a Doubt. Then you have Steen, who's thereabouts, Money Man. So looking at the horses to the right of Shadow of a Doubt, there aren't much speed horses. So that should see Shadow of a Doubt at least being able to tack across towards center course and at least being able to make it competitive throughout. Going for the stand side horses. Number 16, Sudden Flight. Over number 15, Big Guy in the Sky. Then number 12, Pip. And number 1, Shadow of a Doubt. Race number 7 is next. We'll begin the late triple here. Minimum guaranteed payout is 400,000. We have a restricted allowance 2 contests. It's for native bred throws, non-winners of 2, and importees throws and up maidens. My best 4 includes 1 Dash All Day, 2 Any Means, 3 Mulligan Man, and 4 Unbelievable Power. And this Unbelievable Power makes her much anticipated debut. She's an imported filly, foaled on the 6th of April. She's a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Accelerate out of the Hardspun Dam Fastest Spin. Bred in the USA by Mark Seacrest, owned ACK Sable Train, Anthony Nunes. Ian Dolly Baby Spence will be aboard the group. Christopher Anthony and Unbelievable Power will have tongue tie and Lasix for the debut. And this one, based on the hype that one of the most recent debutants came from the Anthony Nunes barn, had to do some checks on equibase.com for the auction history. And I mentioned that to you. That was another tidbit that I gave you during a handicapping seminar, how you can find out the auction history. Of course, the purchase price of horses that were acquired overseas and imported to run locally. Now, based on the curiosity of that last horse that was making a debut and the price that was said to be the purchase price of that one of some $60,000. Had to check the equibase.com for the auction history, and that one turned out to be a purchase of $57,000 US dollars, of course. Now, this unbelievable power has a purchase price of $40,000 US dollars, so you know that expectations are high. Unbelievable power worked well on the 31st of January, 5.5 furlongs 1082 by 1022, with a half mile in 49.2 on the 25th of January. On the 18th of January, 48.2, went 36.2 on the 11th of January. Unbelievable power. Not as hyped up as the most recent debutant, but this one has high expectations. Number 2, Any Means, runner-up in the Rimsky Trophy behind Fernando, looked a winner coming into the final half a furlong, but Fernando came from way off the pace and flew home to beat Any Means, and Any Means in the end was second by a half a length in that event, won by Fernando. Fernando ridden by Ratty Sneaky Fox Rowan, and that was a big ride by the Sneaky Fox. So Any Means now has second time lay 6. Shane Ellis maintains him out for trainer Michael Marlowe, and the tongue tie and figure eight fitted once again. Tongue tie and figure eight has been on for the previous 2 outings, and this Any Means looks quite capable of fighting out the finish here. Has continued to look fluent at exercise in the mornings since the last run, and that last run came in the Rimsky, and indeed Any Means will try to go one better here and has a good enough chance to do so. And I haven't had a look at the auction history for the purchase price of Any Means. So this one purchase of $4,500 US dollars. So $4,500 the purchase price here for Any Means, and he has run 2 good races so far, 4th and 2nd. The next importee is number 3, Mulligan Man. His purchase price $11,000 US dollars. Of course, compliments of equibase.com. Checking the auction history of these importees. Mulligan Man raced once, and he was third in that same event behind Dash All Day and Exceeding Beyond. Exceeding Beyond, the one that was really hyped up when making its debut, but wasn't able to beat the local bred Dash All Day, and Dash All Day is in action here. John Post position 1. Mulligan Man had Shane aboard that day. He'll have Dane Dawkins today, and Dane Dawkins rides to Sackley and Roman. Blinkers taken off, has second time lay 6, and this Mulligan Man is a 3-year-old dark mare brown colt by Free Drop Billy out of the Smart Strike Down Jelly Roll. Mulligan Man has shaped nice yet exercise since his debut effort on the 31st of January when 5.5 furlongs is 1082 alongside American Aviator. Mulligan Man can definitely get the job done as well. And Dash All Day, how about this Dash All Day? Won by a neck on debut, beating the big Americans, Exceeding Beyond, Mulligan Man, to name a few. 101.3 for 5 round. No one expected that type of time to beat those Americans. And the splits, 25 flat, 36.4, 49 flat. So based on the glaring exercise reports for the first time starters, those splits and time should not have beaten them. But Dash All Day got a peach of a ride from Linton Stedman, had 55.5 kilos that day, comes down to 53 kilos now, so 2.5 kilos lighter is Dash All Day, and Radish Roman picks up the mountain place in Linton Stedman. For owner Stefan Reinsing and trainer Anthony Nunes, Dash All Day has second time lay 6. He's a small framed colt, and when you had a look at Dash All Day, he was about half the time the size of the American Exceeding Beyond. So he's a small frame sword, but he has a big heart, having toppled a field of Americans first time of asking. So now with second time lay 6 and Radish Roman, can Dash All Day do it again? That's left to be seen. An interesting looking 7th event to start All Day Triple. Going for the first time starter, Unbelievable Power, to get the better of Any Means, then Mulligan Man. So tipping the 3 Americans to be first, second, and third here. Dash all day for fourth. Race 8 is next, the penultimate. It's our feature, the Lord LINDBERGH Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy. It's an open allowance contest of 3 hours up. The purse 1.25 million. A field of 7 will go 1,600 meters, 8 furlongs or a mile. Barnaby returns. Last seen August 2025 when he raced in the Sinclair Iris, fought by 6 lengths behind Gravano, Foncandon, and Blue Vinyl. So he's taken a step down in class from open allowance, Grady Says Company, down to overnight allowance. And he's last year's Ian Levy Cup winner. Won by half a length in 143.4 for a mile and a 16th, beating Atomica and Foncandon. Barnaby had setbacks along the way, so he qualified for the multi-mile early in the season, but he was not able to run multi-mile days, so clearly had setbacks, but he has been reprogrammed, working well on the 25th of January, 5 furlongs round in a minute and a fifth of a second. On the 1st of February, 6 furlongs with 1:13 flat, so he's ready to rumble. And with the class relief, he should get the job done here. Champion jockey Radish Roman Rider, Anthony Nunes, and owner Axe Bahorn. Barnaby gets the vote. He's down in class. Brenda Boy has run 3 good races since stepping up to overnight. Runner up twice. Second behind Interesting Times Ahead. Second behind Provident. Both stable mates. Third by 2 lengths last time out to Oil Machine and Mac and Rome. We saw Mac and Rome win the George Hosang OD Trophy yesterday. Brenda Boy, his usual honest effort, should see him closing fast for share. He has not been off the frame in his last 10 races. Number 3, Mark My Identity, also quite consistent. Has been at the overnight level 3 times. Has been third on all 3 occasions. Third by 2.5 lengths to Interesting Times Ahead, and Brenda Boy was just a half a length behind Brenda Boy that day. Third by 13.5 lengths to Nautical Star and Champion Bubbler, coming from way off the pace at 6 furlongs. And last time was third by 2 lengths, going 7.5 furlongs to Oil Machine and Mac and Rome. Dane Dawkins, the man of the moment with a 5-timer yesterday. He's aboard for Trader Byron Davis and owner Mark Crossburn. Look for Mark My Identity to be finishing effectively as well, coming from off the pace. So Brenda Boy is an off the pace runner. Barnaby is an off the pace runner as well. And so is Mark My Identity. So who's going to be the speed here? It's going to be Neo Star for sure. That's horse number 6, Javante Patson riding for Anthony Nunes. So Neo Star could turn out to be a lone speed here. And that could be a possible source of an upset of some sort. But does he have the class to hold on from Barnaby? His stablemate looks unlikely to happen. But when a horse becomes a lone speed, nobody pressures him. He can rate, he can quicken at intervals in the event, open up on the lead. Things can happen. So watch out for Neo Star to acquit himself quite well in the Lord LINDBERGH Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy. Make it 2, 3, 1. My order of preference here, and that's going to be 2, 3, 1, and 5. For fourth, make it Sister and Treasure. So 2 Barnaby to get the better of 3. Mark My Identity 1. Brenda Boy, and 5 Sister and Treasure. The 9th and final will bring runs down with a field of 14. It's for the 350 down to 250,000 claiming level. 7 furlongs a trip per 700,000. Targa Midat, High Diplomacy. Bernard the Quick. They're my top 3 in order of preference. And that's number 11, Targa Midat. Baby driver riding for O'Neill Markland, a.k.a. the Sweetie Man. A winner last time out on the 22nd of November. Claim for 350. So runs on the waiver claim option here, given that he hasn't started more than 60 days after being claimed. So the idea must be to win now and come back and win again while racing on a tag. So Targa Midat, won by 2 lengths over Last Dance and K-Ball. He has good back form, back class, and that back class should be good enough to take care of these. High Diplomacy, banging form at the moment. Run up in his last 2 appearances at the 500,000 level in September and November. Deemed to be injured on the 14th of December when intended to run. So he's back looking fluent at exercise. 6 furlongs in 1:18.4 on the 29th of January. And 5 furlongs in 1:04 on the 17th of January. Robert Haldane rides to Jason Acosta. High Diplomacy will be a danger to all. Bernard the Quick, on one of his better efforts, could acquit himself well here. He'll have 57 kilos with Ray and Lewis. Always right. third again. So this one was sold by 8 lengths last time out to Line of Vicati and Sprague. Cheek piece is now returned. The customer cheek piece is back on, which is 6 picks at the moment for Michael Marlowe. Always right. Always gives an honest effort, but always seems to find 1 or 2 or even 3 too good. And that should be the case once again here in the 9th event. Make it 11, Targa Media to get better of 7. High Diplomacy, then 6. Bernard the Quick, and 1. Always right. That's the handicapping seminar for you today. And I sincerely hope that that analysis would have been a good enough guide for you when comprising your permutations. You saw my tickets, Reggae 6 ticket, Catch 9 ticket, Twilight 6 ticket. And from those tickets, you can make up a 5-star, an early 5-star mandatory payout ticket. So the numbers there between races 3 and 7, you can use those as a guide for your mandatory payout early 5-star as well. I sincerely hope that you'll be a winner wagering right here at Caymanas Park. All OTBs add and wide, also wagering through the SV Games app on MBet. And for the overseas-based fans on ExpressBet, NaraBets, the Woodbine Bomber betting platform, and also on FanDuel. Have a great day wagering Sunday racing at Caymanas Park.
Please. After the spill yesterday, Jaheim Anderson will not be riding today. Trainers who had booked the services of Jaheim Anderson, please make other arrangements and contact the stewards.
Well, happy Sunday. We're here to kick it off with a nice betting event here. As you can see there's a 2-to-1 favorite in the tote that shows that public think there are many chances. So all kinds of good prices out. So looking at fixed odds windows, the ones that are getting the early attention here was number 4, Little Maggie. This one opened at $9. Very well bet down to $3.50, and Secret Mission opened at $13 down to $7 also. Those are the 2 biggest movers at the fixed odds windows for race number 1, but there are some that are getting good support as well. Captain Fantastic at $5.50, Blazer Grey at $3, and Noble Monarch also at $3. But the 2 big movers here, Little Maggie, $9 into $3.50, and Secret Mission, $13 into $7. Looking a little later down the program, we're getting attention from early. In race 3, Catawba opened at $4. That one got a lot of attention there. And in race 6, Sudden Flight at $2.20, getting a whole lot of attention here. Back to race number 1, it's Little Maggie and Secret Mission. Those are 2 that are getting a lot of good attention at the fixed odds window. So good luck for race number 1.
7 by his agree takes the track early.
So the runners are about to take the track very soon, and the Reggae 6 on its way to $6 million. A massive jackpot bonus on the Reggae 6. Massive jackpot bonus. Nearly 17 million. That's the jackpot bonus attached to the Reggae 6. And of course, the mandatory payout is on Ash Wednesday, the 18th of February. Catch 9 starts anew today. Catch 9 pool approaching 700,000. Congratulations to the spotters of the Catch 9 on mandatory payout day yesterday, walking away with a cool million as the runners are on their way out. Make your wagers. Best of luck. Rolling triple on its way to 500,000.
Horses take the track for the first. It's a restricted allowance 5 for native bred 5-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2, and imported 5-year-olds and up maidens the distance 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. Number 1, Lord Espo. Make the weight 53.5 or 118 pounds. 3, Golden Lawyer, 52.5 or 116. 4, Lil Maggie, 53.5 or 118. 5, Secret Mission, 53 or 117. 6, Dancing Aviator, 49 or 108. 7, Baez Agri, 51.5 or 114. Wagering offered on double event, Exacta, Quinella, Trifecta, Superfecta, High 5. On its way to 250,000, Reggae 6 and Catch 9, they both begin here. Reggae 6 has a single winner bonus of almost 17 million, Catch 9 starting anew. Catch 9 on its way to 700,000. Reggae 6 heading for 7 million. Get your wagers on, runners. Make their way to post.
And of course, the I Love February promotion continues today. And today we're paying out the early 5-star. Early 5-star begins in race number 3. In excess of $3 million your jackpot bonus carryover. And over at simulcast today, we have Gulfstream Tampa Bay and Santa Anita, a massive jackpot bonus on the GP6 at Gulfstream, nearly $1 million. So if you can take down that on your lonesome, that's instant millionaire status. The jackpot bonus on the GP6 over at simulcast at Gulfstream Park, nearly $1 million.
Hello again, Thorby Racing fans, and welcome to Caymanas Park, home of the Caribbean's #1 derby, home of the Caribbean's finest thoroughbreds, and home of the multi-mile. Congrats to our Catch 9 winners yesterday, and the ticket range is there between 320 and 51,840. The payout on mandatory payout, they are $1,24,742. Congratulations to our Catch 9 winners. So we start afresh with the Catch 9 single winner jackpot today. Minimum guarantee bid of course, 500,000, and right now the Catch 9 pool is at 750,000. Regular 6 pool is at 6.8 million, and the jackpot in the regular 6 going towards 17 million. It's a field of 10 to kick things off, and we have a distance of 1,100 meters, 5 years and up, nuns of 2, and imported maidens. Let's take a look. Top selection is number 2, Captain Fantastic. Philip Partridge perseveres with the mount for the 6th consecutive occasion. Runner-up twice aboard Captain Fantastic, so he's looking to go on better, and this is my top selection at 7-2. Number 7 at 4-1, Bays Agree. Richard Shakes riding for Patrick Lynch. Good price that. This one has a lot of scope to improve. Has only raced 3 times and was sent off favorite first attempt at non-winners of 2. So 4-1, good money for Bays Agree. Number 6, Dancing Aviator. Definitely a good price here. 11-1 for Abigail Abel, riding for Jason Acosta and Test Pilots. And this one has been thereabouts, just not giving that 100% effort. She won on debut March 2024, disqualified, came back and won again April 2024, but had a big break between April 24 and November 2025. So clearly some things are amiss with Dancing Aviator, but if she turns up anywhere near 85%, she can win, and that 11-1 looks enticing. Number 10, Cher de Jour. Dean Dawkins had a 5-timer yesterday, so he's looking to kick things off early. 4-1 the price for Cher de Jour, owned and trained Louis Richards. And this first race has a lot of value. I don't understand how Noble Monarch is at 2-1 favorite. So a lot of value is here in race number 1. Make best use of it. Regular 6 pool, 7.2 billion. Catch 9 pool, 750,000. Best of fortune.
Horse is now loading. High 5 on its way to 300,000 as the runners begin to load for the first of 9. Lord Espo is in with Captain Fantastic. Golden Lawyer is in at 3. Lil Maggie in at 4. They're moving quickly. You have to gamble. Don't be shut out. They're trying with Dancing Aviator. Front of gate 6 open to accommodate her. So we wait on Dancing Aviator to load at 6. Catch 9 on its way to 800,000. Regular 6 heading for 7.5. Dancing Aviator in. Up goes Abigail Abel. Noble Monarch could be next. Noble Monarch coming into 8. Town Star moving to 9. Secret Mission and Javanil Patterson have loaded. Cher de Jour goes in wide. And we wait on 1 to load. Baez Agree at 7. Baez Agree, riderless, comes up to 7. Baez Agree is in. Up goes Richie Shakes. Field in 9 for the first of 9. Starter ready. They're off for the first. An almost perfect start. Captain Fantastic comes away with that lead. Noble Monarch rushing down on the outside. In between horses, that's a Secret Mission and it's Noble Monarch and a Secret Mission who go at it up front. Captain Fantastic followed closely by Baeza Gris as they swing, leaving the half-mile pole in behind them. Cher de Jour is possibly 6 or 7 off that lead. Golden Lawyer racing 2 lengths in behind him. Dancing Aviator and the Little Maggie tied in a knot together. A gap back to Lourdes for second from the back. And last of all, it's Town Star as they have left the 3 and run toward the 5/16th. Can they catch Noble Monarch? Out in front and travelling strongly, will come into the top of the lane with a clear advantage at the moment. Secret Mission is chasing near the rail. Captain Fantastic is brushing it. Baeza Gris, the grey, now gets going under the left-hand stick, but still Noble Monarch is fending them off on the run toward the furlong pole. Watch Captain Fantastic now coming forward with a kick down against the rail. Noble Monarch beginning to fold up. Captain Fantastic now puts the head in front. Baeza Gris is there. Here comes charging through Golden Lawyer on the outside. It's Captain Fantastic holding off Golden Lawyer to win it. Close between Baeza Gris, Noble Monarch. Little Maggie is back in 5th. In today's 5th event, number 10, reportable offense. The correct allotted weight should read 54.5 kilos. 54.5 kilos, the correct allotted weight for number 10, reportable offense. That's 120 pounds.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 1 and number 2, Captain Fantastic, a 5-year-old bay horse by Bold Conquest. Awesome Camille by Vanadium with Weiss 1955 Limited. owned Two Circle Syndicate, trained Mikey Marlowe, the winning rider, the bustling Phil Parchment. And of course, Phil Parchment is a sponsored by Lasco Distributor. He's the iCool ambassador. Winning groom Paul Bruce. Second, number 3, Golden Lawyer. Third, number 7, Baez Agree. Fourth, number 8, Noble Monarch. And a fifth, number 4, Lil Maggie. Stand by for your final time for 5.5 furlongs.
They're off for the first. An almost perfect start. Captain Fantastic comes away with that lead. Noble Monarch rushing down on the outside. In between horses, that's a Secret Mission. And it's Noble Monarch and a Secret Mission who go at it up front. Captain Fantastic followed closely by Baez Agree as they swing, leaving the half-mile pole in behind them. Cher de Jour is possibly 6 or 7 off that lead. Golden Lawyer racing 2 lengths in behind him. Dancing Aviator and Little Maggie tied in a knot together. A gap back to Lord S for second from the back. And last of all, it's Town Star as they have left the 3 and run toward the 5/16th. Can they catch Noble Monarch? Out in front and travelling strongly will come into the top of the lane with a clear advantage at the moment. Secret Mission is chasing near the rail. Captain Fantastic is brushing it. Baez Agree, the grey now gets going under the left-hand stick, but still Noble Monarch is fending them off on the run toward the furlong pole. Watch Captain Fantastic now coming forward with a kick down against the rail. Noble Monarch beginning to fold up. Captain Fantastic now puts the head in front. Baez Agree is there. Here comes charging through Golden Lawyer on the outside. It's Captain Fantastic holding off Golden Lawyer to win it. Close between Baez Agree, Noble Monarch. Lil Maggie is back in 5th. Result of the first now official. Horses to the testing barn. 2 Captain Fantastic, 7 Bays agree. 2 and 7 both go to be tested. Splits 24-2, 49-3. Final time 5.5 furlongs, 1093. The margins 3/4 by 3 1/4.
And of course, it's the month of February, and we have the I Love February promotion going on for the month of February. You're on live racing at Caymanas and on simulcast as well. Let me just go to the list for Caymanas. Today, the mandatory payout on the early 5-star. Mandatory payout on the early 5-star. The jackpot bonus carryover is in excess of $3 million. On the 14th of February, it's the strike 4, a mandatory payout on the strike 4. And the increased minimum guaranteed payout will be $1 million. And of course, increased minimum guaranteed payout as well on the triple, $1 million. Wednesday, the 18th of February, it's the Reggae 6, a mandatory payout on the Reggae 6. Increased minimum guaranteed payout of $4 million. On the 21st, it's the Play Spot 8, a mandatory payout, and increased minimum guaranteed payout of $500,000. And on Saturday, the 28th of February, it's the Quick 4, increased minimum guaranteed payout of $500,000. And over at a simulcast for the month of February, the I Love February promotion. And of course, these are pending the approval from the BGLC. Gonna go through the list.
Your attention, please, in today's 4th event, number 1, Roaring Kitty, now the mount of Shaheem Gordon. Shaheem Gordon rides 1, Roaring Kitty, in the 4th event. Today's third event, number 3, Bold Move. Make the rider Tajay Soku. Tajay Soku rides 3, Bold Move in the third event.
To race number 2 here, and not really a whole lot of money being bet in fixers market as it is, because typically when you have these small fields that have such a low short price, favorite is number 5. Not a whole lot of betting take place. However, those who are betting are going for what are going, because at 2 to 5 in a tote versus $1.75 at fixers windows, there is a better value proposition taking your bet at fixers windows here, because $1.75 is greater than 2 to 5 tote. So, but those who are betting, they are going for what are going. But overall, it's not really a race that the punters seem to have a whole lot of interest in at fixers windows. So, good luck for race number 2 nonetheless.
Horses take the track for the second. It's a maiden special weight for native bred 3-year-olds, colts and geldings only. The distance 1,000 meters or 5 furlongs straight. We have weight changes. Number 1 Blythewood goes with 53 kilos or 117 pounds, or rather 53.5, 118, 5 Wagwan, 52.5 or 116. Wagering offered on double event, exacta, trifecta, rolling triple, play spot 8 and quick 4, they begin here. Play spot 8 has a single winner bonus in excess of 108,000, quick 4 in excess of 544,000. A quick 4 on its way to 400,000, play spot 8 500,000. Get your wagers on.
Top selection, Captain Fantastic gets the job done in race number 1. Philip Parchment persevered with the mount 6 consecutive occasions that he has been aboard, and he was runner-up on 2 previous occasions, and he gets the job done today at odds of 3-1. A good price, a very good price for the top selection there. Captain Fantastic to start the Sunday card, so it's great to tip the winner of the first event for the day, so you know that I can't draw nil anymore. So always a good feeling as a racing analyst to tip the winner of the first race on the card. And of course, as a trainer as well, it's always great to win the first race for the season, which I did yesterday with Restoration. And I'm now 1 from 1. The other 2 horses didn't start. Dimitri P, non-starter. Yorkis, non-starter. So I've started off at 100% going to the starting gate with the horse. So great to start off, tipping the first winner for the day, and great to start off trading a winner for the year, because you know sometimes in horse racing you can go by for months and months and months and you don't have a winner. So it's always great to get off the mark early on the card in tipping horses, and also great to get off the mark early as a trainer in the season. So let's go on to race number 2, which is the Mercury Sprint. Colton Geldings go 1,000 meters straight, native bred 3-0s, maiden special weight event. Top selection goes to number 5, Wagwan. This one gets odds of 4-5, has been running quite prominently for several races, has raced 5 times. Run up last time out to Dreamcatcher, that impressive debut winner in the Milton 4 so 5 for on straight. And 2 starts back 4 by 9 and a quarter to Uncle Daddy, Mohandal, and Mopai. Mohandal came back to win easily when next in town. So this Wagwan with today's cool riding for trainer Christopher Pierre and owner Oak Ridge Farms looks likely to be able to get the job done here. Number 1, Blightwood. Should have been in danger. This is now your 3-5 favorite. Blightwood, Demar Williams, champion apprentice ride for Anthony Nunes and Mike Ross. 4th, 5 of the 7 career starts. Has been run among some used horses, the likes of the Importees, Exceeding Beyond, Mulligan Man, Prodigious Power, Sir Don. And how about with Jamin, the Wayne DeCosto D Jamaica 2 Stakes winner, and also raced 3rd behind Fidelity and Uncle Daddy. So Blightwood will have no problems among these. John Post 1, it's only a field of 5. So look for Blightwood to be coming across from that inside post and making his presence well felt. The 3 debutants are in single-digit odds. Number 2, So Lucky Am I. A 3 will be caught by Successful Lady or the traditional Dam Astrid bred owned and trained Ian Roberts. Babita Happy rides the groom Mark Collins. No equipment as yet. Could be here for the exposure. Number 3, El Capitan. A 3 chestnut colt he's by Successful Lady or the Emperor Hall Dam Empress Nicole. Bred Nicole Hunter owned Garfield Brown, train Alfred Brown, Little Stedman aboard, Blinkers, Tongue Tie, Lasix. This one looks quite well, and the groom is Bolton Wisdom. Kudos to groom Bolton Wisdom, having El Capitan looking in fine feather for his debut. Worked well, 36th and a 5th for 3 furlongs round, half-mile road in 49.2. He has some pace. And Barbecue, a 3 will be caught by Bernard Identity of the Western Classic mare, DQ. Bred Vincent Royal Lobs own Paul Lobs train Anthony Smith, Tevin Foster board, blinkers and figure 8 on, and you're getting 5-1 there. So there's some interest in the betting for all 5 runners for the Mercury Sprint. I'm going 5, 1, 3, and 4 as my order of preference. Wagwan over Blightwood, El Capitan, and Barbecue.
Runners arriving at the post, race number 2. This is where the place pot 8 starts. Place pot 8 approaching 550,000. Jackpot bonus in excess of 108,000. And the quick 4 begins here as well. Quick 4 pool approaching 350,000. Jackpot bonus 544,000 plus. And don't forget, coming up on Friday, Saturday, a 2-day carnival, racing from Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Cup, and we'll have it on Friday, on Saturday, and you'll be betting in the World Pool, betting against 20 nations in one big pool, so that can only mean big winnings. So it's the Saudi Cup on Saturday, but we'll have a 2-day carnival on Friday, on Saturday, 13th and 14th. And of course, we'll have early post time. We'll confirm the time for you momentarily. I think it's about 6:30 or thereabouts. Exciting racing from Saudi Arabia. The Saudi Cup will confirm the post time very shortly. Get your bets on here in the second. The gates are being closed. Small field. So hurry and place your wager. They'll load quickly. Horses loading, loading for the second. Trainers wanted in the steward's room. Owen Dawes, Barrington Dawes, and Aston Bennett. Please go now to the steward. Aston Bent. Please go now to the steward's room. That's Barry and Owen Dawes. Aston Bent, steward's room, please. Horses loading, loading for the second. Blythewood. So Lucky Am I. El Capitan are in. They've opened gate number 4. That's where Barbecue will break from. Rider come down from Barbecue. That's terrific. Tevin Foster. He had his 400th win yesterday. Wanting to add to that, he's at 6-1 Barbecue. Final one to load. Wagwan. 1-2. That's the favorite. 9-5 in Blythewood. Ready for a start. 5 furlongs straight the trip. Best of luck with all your wagers. Start holding them, and away they go. Breaking smartly on the far side, that's on the near side, Wagwan. On the far side, Blythewood. Right there, too, is So Lucky Am I. Behind them, El Capito, and just racing out of it for the moment, that's a Barbecue. They make their way coming out of the chute, and Wagwan marginally to the near side. Right in the middle, that's So Lucky Am I. On the far side, that's Blythewood. El Capito not too far away, and left out of it, it's Barbecue as they make their way coming out of the chute. Got 2 furlongs to the money, and on that lead, it is Wagwan making the running. Wagwan, So Lucky Am I chasing. Wagwan in front of So Lucky Am I, and this is where the race lie. Left back a bit, that's Blythewood, but So Lucky Am I is traveling well. Wagwan has a fight on his hands. So Lucky Am I. Wagwan, So Lucky Am I is really challenging Wagwan. So Lucky Am I looks to be doing the better. Wagwan needs to find something else, but So Lucky Am I begins to go in. So Lucky Am I by a length and a half from Wagwan, Blythewood, El Capito, and Barbecue back in 5th. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 2, So Lucky Am I. A 3-year-old bay colt by Successful Native, Hashrid by Traditional, bred, owned, and trained in Roberts. Winning rider, Bebito Harvey, the groom, Mark Collins. Second, number 5, Wagwan. Third, number 1, Blythewood. And fourth, number 3, El Capitan. Final time for 5 furlongs straight, 1 minute and 4/5. Start holding them, and away they go. Braking smartly on the far side, that's on the near side, Wagwan. On the far side, Blythewood. Right there, too, is So Lucky Am I. Behind them, El Capito, and just racing out of it for the moment, that's a Barbecue. They make their way coming out of the chute and walk one marginally to the near side. Right in the middle, that's So Lucky Am I. On the far side, that's Blythewood. El Capito not too far away, and left out of it, it's Barbecue as they make their way coming out of the chute. Got 2 furlongs to the money, and on that lead, it is Wagwan making the running. Wagwan, So Lucky Am I chasing. Wagwan in front of So Lucky Am I, and this is where the race lie. Left back a bit, that's Blythewood, but So Lucky Am I is traveling well. Wagwan has a fight on his hands. So Lucky Am I, Wagwan, So Lucky Am I is really challenging Wagwan. So Lucky Am I looks to be doing the better. Wagwan needs to find something else, but So Lucky Am I begins to go in. So Lucky Am I by a length and a half from Wagwan, Blythewood, El Capitan, and Barbecue back in 5th.
Result of the second now official. Horses to the testing barn. 2, So Lucky Am I. 5, Wagwan. 2 and 5 go to be tested. The splits 23-4 by 47-1. They completed 5 furlongs straight in 1 minute and 4/5. The margins 1 3/4 by 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention called to the winners enclosure for the presentation race number 2, the Mercury Sprint. Making the presentation, Terry Morant. racing administrator, and he makes it to Simon Roberts, representing the winning owner, trainer, breeder, Ian Roberts, who is also in the presentation party, along with the winning jockey, Bebito Harvey. Congratulations to the winning connections. Race number 2, the Mercury Sprint Trophy.
Your attention, please. In today's ninth event, number 8, Money Must, now the mount of Emilio McLean. Money Must, number 8 in the ninth, make the rider Emilio McLean.
So coming up next, the well-anticipated start of the early five-star. It's a mandatory payout today. We're paying out everything on the early five-star, the jackpot bonus in excess of $3 million, and we cannot make it any easier. All you got to do is find the winners in sequence, and we'll give you the cash. So current pool in the early five-star, it's a mandatory payout today in excess $3 million. So we're on our way to $4 million in the early five-star pool. It's a mandatory payout today. Jackpot bonus carryover in excess $3 million. And the rolling triple on its way to 300,000. Get your wagers on as the runners are still in the paddock.
Race number 3, and as I would have mentioned at the beginning of all this, Catawba has been taking a lot of interest. Open at $4, down to $3.50 now. Very, very strong support for number 2, Catawba at the fixed odds winners here. It's actually the best back runner in race number 3 at the fixed odds winners. The other one that's getting attention, though, of course, is number 4, Emperor of the Cats, currently, well, that one also at $3.50. So it's Catawba and Emperor of the Cats. Those are the two that are getting the majority of the interest at the fixed odds winners, with number 2, Catawba, being the best back runner. Good luck for race number 3.
Horses take the track for the third. It's for 3-year-olds and up. It's a claiming event. 1 million to 800,000 the tag. The distance 1,000 meters or 5 furlongs straight. Number 1, Kem. Make the weight 51.5 kilos or 114 pounds. 2, Catawba. 51.5 or 114. 3, Bold Move. 51.5 or 114. The rider Taché Sokou. 4, Emperor of the Cats. 51 or 112. 6, Sashon, 53.5 or 118. Wagering on double event, exacta, trifecta, rolling triple. This is where the early 5-star. It's a mandatory payout. This is where it begins. Single winner bonus becoming a carryover in excess of 3 million, and the minimum guaranteed payout $500,000. Early 5-star already approaching 4 million. Rolling triple 400,000. Get your wagers on.
An upset win in the Mercury Sprint by So Lucky Am I. Oh, nice name for a horse. Owned, trained, bred. Ian Roberts, ridden by Baby Harvey. And that one, no equipment yet, no Lasix yet, all raw, natural ability. And it was good enough to get a win. So indeed, this appears to be an above average sort. So lucky am I. Lap ticket gone on the Rega 6 down to 207. And that's after starting off on 2,898 after race 1 with Captain Fantastic and with the 8 to 1 upset winner of the Mercury Sprint. You're now down to 207 live tickets. 13 tickets are going in the catch time, and that's after starting off with 357 tickets. So a significant dent in the live ticket count, compliments of So Lucky Am I in the Mercury Sprint. It's now on to race number 3, start of the mandatory payout early 5-star. Over $3 million in the jackpot, converted to a carryover, and we have a field of 7 going 1,000 meter straight. This is for the claiming level, 1,800,000. Top selection goes to number 4, Emperor of the Cats. Former Prince Consort Stakes winner, has retained much of his ability. He's now 7 years old, getting on in years. Everett Clunas picks up the mount for Ian Markland, more popular known as the Sweetie Man, and Oda Jet Nigeria. Looked quite sharp coming out onto the track, and he's really a consistent sort, gives his best 9 out of 10 times, and he's looking good for his seasonal debut last race on the 23rd of November 2025 when fought by a length behind Ridge Diner, Whiskey, and Justin Big Time. That was at the $1.5 million claiming level. So back down to $1 million now. Emperor of the Cats at 2 to 1 gets the vote. Number 7 is Fly Blue Jet. Won easily last time out at $1 million level, beating Midnight Galaxy, and Here Comes Doc. Reverts to the straight, also effective over the straight. Dane Dawkins had a 5-timer yesterday, and he rides to trainer Peter and Bassard, who had a double yesterday. So they're teaming up here, and their form is hot right now. So Fly Blue Jet is your 6 to 5 favorite. Number 3, Bold Move. Make the rider Tajee Sekou, replacing Jaheim Anderson. We wish Jaheim Anderson a speedy recovery. Had a spill yesterday. Bold Move gets 7 to 1. Also quite capable over the straight course. Has been thereabouts. Second by half a length to Emperor of the Cats at this same $1 million level on the 5th of October. So at 7 to 1, look for a Bold Move to be thereabouts when it's being decided. Catawba also gets 7 to 1. Champion apprentice DeMar Williams, rider trainer Everett Francis, was an upset winner at 7 to 1 on the 23rd of November, beating Posnell already, and the hot dancer going 5 furlong straight among 700,000 claimers. Stepped up to $1 million, next in town, not too far away, fought by a length and a half behind Generational, Rejected Raja, and 1,000 Treasures. A similar effort to see Catawba being on the premises come decision time as well. Appears to be a wide open event. As you can see, only one horse in double-digit odds, and that's number 1, Kem. Make it 4, 7, 3, and 2, my order of preference. Emperor of the Cats over Fly Blue Jet, Bold Move, and Catawba. Early 5-star pool, mandatory payout day is approaching 5 million. It's at 4.5 million. Your triple is at 350,000. You have limited wagering time remaining. Best of luck.
Your attention, please, in today's 5th event, number 6, Casually Yours. Make the rider Dane McKenzie. Dane McKenzie now rides 6, Casually Yours, in the 5th event. Runners at the post. Early 5-star, on its way to 5 million, rolling triple 600,000. That's where it's heading. Runners all at the post. Get your wagers on. They're closing up the front of the gates. Early 5-star, almost at 5.5. Rolling triple heading for 600,000. Gates being closed in preparation for loading. Hurry, get your wagers on. You're running out of wagering time. Horses now loading. Bold move in. Emperor of the Cats joins. Sipping on Sunshine is in. Sash on coming into 6. Kem coming into 1. Catawba lining up for 2. And the final one will be Fly Blue Jet. 8-5. Dane Dawkins will try to keep up yesterday's good work as Fly Blue Jet enters gate 7. Field in 9 for the third. 5 furlong straight. Starter ready. And they're off. Catawba comes away running quickly. Kem is over toward the far side as they sort themselves out. Bold Move is shook in a handy spot, sipping on Sunshine right up with the pace. Fly Blue Jet in the white sleeves is also showing speed, and just in behind them running the stand fence, that's Shashan. Emperor of the Cats is also behind the front rank. Still wide open, sipping on Sunshine, may just have a slim lead. Fly Blue Jet pressing him on attack all the time. These two almost rubbing shoulders. Bold Move is racing further back and in the center. On the far side, that is Catawba now, asked to lengthen strides, but sipping on Sunshine now has a slim lead. Fly Blue Jet just in behind. Here is a Bold Move now asked to kick in. Emperor of the Cats is switching over toward the far side in the blue with Sash on, but they drive inside the final furlong. It is Bold Move under the stand fence. Here now, beginning to close up with a flourish. That's Emperor of the Cats, and Emperor of the Cats explodes when it all mattered and goes on to win it. Second, Fly Blue Jet. Sashan looks to be third over Bold Move, fourth. We have claims. We have claims in the third event. Number 4, Emperor of the Cats, 1 submitted, Oral Hayden for himself. Oral Hayden claims Emperor of the Cats. 1 submitted for number 6, Sashan. That claim was void. 4 submitted for number 7, Fly Blue Jet. 1 void. Dennis Lee for himself. Dennis Lee claims Fly Blue Jet.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 3, number 4, Emperor of the Cats. 7-year-old Bay Gelding by Emperor Hall. Laws of the Cat by Law of the Sea. Brett Carl Anderson owned Janet Najir. Train O'Neill Markland, the winning rider. Everett Clunis, the groom of Winston Thompson, second. Number 7, Fly Blue Jet. Third, number 6, Sashon. Fourth, number 3, Bold Move. Final time for 5 furlong straight, 59 and 1.
And they're off. Catawba comes away running quickly. Kem is over toward the far side as they sort themselves out. Bold Move is shook in a handy spot, sipping on sunshine right up with the pace. Fly Blue Jet in the white sleeves is also showing speed, and just in behind them running the stand fence, that's Shashan. Emperor of the Cats is also behind the front rank. Still wide open, sipping on sunshine, may just have a slim lead. Fly Blue Jet pressing him on attack all the time. These two almost rubbing shoulders. Bold Move is racing further back and in the center. On the far side, that is Catawba now, asked to lengthen strides, but sipping on sunshine now has a slim lead. Fly Blue Jet just in behind. Here is a Bold Move now asked to kick in. Emperor of the Cats is switching over toward the far side in the blue with sash on, but they drive inside the final furlong. It is Bold Move under the stand fence. Here now, beginning to close up with a flourish. That's Emperor of the Cats, and Emperor of the Cats explodes when it all mattered and goes on to win it. Second, Fly Blue Jet. Sashon looks to be third over Bold Move, fourth. Result of the third, now official. Horses to the testing barn. 4 Emperor of the Cats. 7 Fly Blue Jet. 4 and 7 go to the barn. Splits 23-2, 46-2. They raced 5 furlongs straight in 59-1. The margin's 1.5 by 1. Your attention, please. In today's ninth race, number 7, High Diplomacy, the correct allotted weight should read 57 kilos or 126 pounds. 7, High Diplomacy, race 9, 57 kilos or 126 pounds, the correct allotted weight.
On to race number 4. So Roaring Kitty, number 1, this one was sitting at 4.40 for quite a while and just jumped down to $3. A lot of late support coming in for Roaring Kitty, making that one a big move over here. The other one is to get in some decent support. Number 6, Benison, currently at 350, and number 7, True Blue at 460. So those two are getting good support, Benson and True Blue. But the big mover, number 1, Roaring Kitty, 440 down to $3 in the last couple of minutes. Very well supported. It's the second favorite in the tote. But Roaring Kitty, best back runner here at the fixed odds winners for race number 4. Good luck.
Horses take the track for the fourth. It's a restricted allowance 5 for native bred 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2. And imported 4-year-olds and up, maidens a distance 1600 meters or 1 mile. Number 1, Roaring Kitty, 51 kilos or 112 pounds, make the rider Shaheem Gordon. Scratch number 3, Earmark Blitz. Earmark Blitz is sick. 4, Midnight Runner, 52 kilos or 115. Scratch 7, True Blue. True Blue is injured. 8, Slam Sharp, 55 or 121. Wagering on double event, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, rolling triple. Twilight 6 wagering begins here. Twilight 6 heading for 5 million. A rolling triple, 400,000. Get your wagers on.
selection, Emperor of the Cats gets the job done. Emperor of the Clueless riding there for trader only Mark no popped on, and that's sweet man and owner Janet Nigeria. Of course, Janet Nigeria, widow of Vassal Jollyman Nigeria. I've told you about that earlier in the handicapping seminar, and I hope you like the moments when I shared with you about me being an animal lover and cats being my second love behind horses. Told you about feeding the cats this morning before I came to work, and told you about the time when the cats were there and they multiplied and reached about 17 cats, and then I had to give away some and take the male and female cats to the JSPCA to get them spayed, etc. I hope you like that little time and extra time I spend around tipping this horse, Emperor of the Cats. And the greatest thing is that he won. So, indeed, lovely performance here by Emperor of the Cats, coming from off the pace and hitting top stride in deep stretch to get the job done. Live ticket count on the Regular 6, 159 with 5.3 million plus in the net pool there. And remember, the jackpot is nearly 17 million. And the catch 9 is on 7 live tickets and 529,000 in that net pool. Time to start our Twilight 6, 2 non-runners, 3 earmark blitz, and 7 True Blue. We're down to a field of 6. They go 1 mile. It's not just a 2 contest for native bred 4 years and up and imported maidens. Top selection goes to number 6. Benison showed absolutely no early form last time out. Trailed by many, many lengths. 6 mile, distant at the half mile, going down at 25. Turn form 5th by 14. 5th by 15 at 4 pole, finished up 3rd by 6. And was really dull early in that event. Has looked sharp at exercise for his new trainer, Byron Davis. 103.245 runners on alongside Crypto Girl. That was on the 31st of January. Roger Hewitt picks up the mount. He's a busy jockey in the saddle. So you know what to expect from Roger Hewitt aboard Benison. This is your 6-5 favorite, and he could prove best of these. Number 8, Stamp Sharp gets 5-2. Blinkers fitted for the first time. Shailen stride for Michael Marlowe and owner breeder Value Marlowe. Look for Sam Sharp to before the place, and he was a strong second going a mile to Princess Chris on the 15th of November. Another brave effort is expected here. Number 4 is Midnight Runner. Visor off, tongue tie off. Tyrese Addison rides for trader Adrian Prince and O, and here's O and S racers, or O and Stack Room fame. Midnight Runner's best performance could very well see him fighting at the finish here. He was third at a mile behind Pretty Brown Thing and Roaring Kitty. And Roaring Kitty, number 1, also goes well at a distance of ground. Second, 3 over the last 4, so she will be finishing well from off the splits in this 8 furlong contest. Looks quite competitive, though down to a field of 6. As you can see, only 1 runner is in double-digit odds, and that's number 2, Papi Uso. Going here for number 6, Benison to get the better for number 8, Slam Sharp, then 4, Midnight Thunder, and 1, Roaring Kitty. Twilight 6 pool is approaching 6 million. It's at 5.6 million. Your triple is at 300,000. You have limited wagering time remaining. Get those bets on now, and best of luck.
Closing up the front of the gate for the loading process, race number 4, the Twilight 6 starts here. Got knocked out of the Reggae 6, a chance to get right back in the game. Still alive in the Reggae 6, the chance to take down the 2 pick 6s. Twilight 6, nearly $6 million. Horses loading for the 4th. Papi Uso, the first one to load. joined by a midnight runner. Benison loads at 6. They've opened gate 8 and 5. Gate 8 for Slam Sharp. Gate 5 for a legal fight. Roaring Kitty heads to gate number 1. So they're working on Roaring Kitty to gate 1. Roaring Kitty goes in. Legal fight minus the riders. Shavan Townsend to gate 5. Goes in. And a Slam Sharp to complete the line. Slam Sharp and the Canterman Shane Ellis. Waiting on Slam Sharp. 1 mile the trip, 8 furlongs. Slam Sharp goes in, and we are ready for race 4. Starter Michael Sims is ready. Action in gate 5, it appears. Legal fight. And the starter lets them go. Roaring Kitty misses it and races at the back of the field, getting a good start on the far side. That's Slam Sharp. Pappy Uso is right there too. Midnight Runner in between horses. Then comes Legal Fight as they go past the 7. Benison comes next and Roaring Kitty racing at the back of the field. They head down the back stretch toward the 6. And on that lead, a Slam Sharp. A half a length in front of Midnight Runner as they pass the 6. Another 2 before we come to Pappy Uso. Another length to Legal Fight. Another 2 before we come to Benison and Roaring Kitty, hopelessly out of it, about 12 lengths behind. As a Slam Sharp, Shellis lets out a notch. Goes on about 3 lengths in front of Midnight Runner. Pappy Uso tracking in 3rd. Then comes Legal Fight. Just behind them, Benison making ground. And still at the back of the field, Roaring Kitty there coming to the 3. And Slam Sharp stretches that lead to 4 lengths in front of racing in 2nd. That's Midnight Runner. Legal Fight begins to make progress right there too. That's Pappy Uso, Benison right on their tail end and still hopelessly out of it. That's Roaring Kitty. Slam Sharp in front. Enterprising ride from the Canterman Shane Ellis at the top of the lane. Here comes Legal Fight for company. Also coming on Pappy Uso, Slam Sharp tying up a bit. Legal Fight, Pappy Uso, Benison just behind those 3 there lined up across the track. And now Legal Fight. It's the front from Pappy Uso still on the inside. Slam Sharp, Benison taking aim, and now it's Pappy Uso going on from Legal Fight. Pappy Uso, Legal Fight. Benison to keep on closing. It's Pappy Uso in front. Benison closing down on the outside, and Benison has got him. Benison beats Pappy Uso. Legal Fight back in 3rd, and Slam Sharp, the pace setter, in 4th. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 4, number 6 Benison, 4-year-old Bay Colt by Sensational Slam, Benediction by Silent Valor, bred Dwayne Murphy, owner Blue Knights Stables, trained by Aaron Davis, and a well-timed ride from the winning rider, Roger Hewitt, the groom Earl Moody, second, number 2 Pappy Uso, third number 5 Legal Fight, and fourth number 8 Slam Sharp. Final time for 8 furlongs, 1 mile, 1:43 and 3.
Is jockey Shane Ellis asked to go now to this George room. Shane Ellis wanted in this George room.
Lets them go. Roaring Kitty misses it and races at the back of the field, getting a good start on the far side. That Slam Sharp. Pappy Uso is right there to Midnight Runner in between horses. Then comes Legal Fight as they go past the 7. Benison comes next and Roaring Kitty racing at the back of the field. They head down the back stretch toward the 6, and on that lead a Slam Sharp. A half a length in front of Midnight Runner as they pass the 6. Another 2 before we come to Pappy Uso. Another length to Legal Fight. Another 2 before we come to Benison, and Roaring Kitty hopelessly out of it, about 12 lengths behind. As a Slam Sharp, Shellis lets out a notch. Goes on about 3 lengths in front of Midnight Runner. Pappy Uso tracking in third. Then comes Legal Fight. Just behind them, Benison making ground. And still at the back of the field, Roaring Kitty there coming to the 3, and Slam Sharp stretches that lead to 4 lengths in front of racing in second. That's Midnight Runner. Legal Fight begins to make progress right there too. That's Pappy Uso, Benison right on their tail end, and still hopelessly out of it. That's Roaring Kitty. Slam Sharp in front. Enterprising ride from the Canterman Shane Ellis at the top of the lane. Here comes Legal Fight for company. Also coming on Pappy Uso, Slam Sharp tying up a bit. Legal Fight, Pappy Uso, Benison just behind those 3 there, lined up across the track. And now Legal Fight. It's the front from Pappy Uso, still on the inside. Slam Sharp, Benison taking aim, and now it's Pappy Uso going on from Legal Fight. Pappy Uso, Legal Fight. Benison to keep on closing. It's Pappy Uso in front. Benison closing down on the outside, and Benison has got him. Benison beats Pappy Uso. Legal Fight back in third, and Slam Sharp, the pace setter, in fourth.
Result of the 4th now official. Horses to the testing barn. 5 Legal Fight, 6 Benison. 5 and 6 both go to be tested. Splits 25-1, 49-3, 116. A mile raced in 143.3. The margins 3/4 by a half a length. Your attention, please. Oral Hayden, Dennis Lee, both wanted in the testing barn. Oral Hayden, Dennis Lee, you are wanted in the testing barn. Your attention, please. Michael Marlowe asked to go now to the storage room. Trainer Michael Marlowe wanted in the storage room. Number 4, Life is Light, takes the track early. Horses take the track for the 5th. It's a main condition race for native bred 4-year-olds and up, fillies and mares only. The distance 1200 meters or 6 furlongs. Number 4, Life is Light, 54.5 or 120. 5, Too Easy, 52.5 or 116. 6, Casually Yours, 54 or 119. Make the rider Dane Mackenzie. 7, Dixie Fire, 51 or 112. Scratch 8, Perfect Balance, lame. 10, Reportable Offense, 52.5 or 116. 11, Starlight Princess, 51.5 or 114. Wagering on double event, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, high 5 heading for 250,000. Rolling triple. A late 5-star also begins here. A late 5-star heading for 500,000, rolling triple 300,000. Get your wagers on, runners. Make their way to post.
Benison gets the job done, top selection, and that's Roger Hewitt, a very busy Roger Hewitt in the saddle, right in there for the Baron Davis and owner Blue Knight Stables. Change of barn, and that clearly had an effect there. Benison a lot sharper today, and gets rolling in deep stretch to run by the dueling leaders. Live ticket count on the Wega 6, 140 with 5.3 million plus in the net pool. Remember the jackpot is almost 17 million, and we have 4 tickets alive on the catch time with 529,000 plus in that net pool. 2,679 tickets are going on the Twilight 6 after leg number 1, and that's over 4.3 million in the net pool there. 1,944 tickets are going on the early 5-star on mandatory payout. We'll have that graphic for you in a few moments' time. It's now on to race 5, which begins our late 5-star. Minimum guarantee pay of 300,000. Scratch number 8, perfect balance. We're down to a field of 10. And they go a distance of 1,200 meters or 6 furlong. It's a maiden condition race for fitters and mares. 4 years and up, the purse is 730,000. Top selection goes to number 10. Reportable offense. Richie Shakes ride for trainer Stephen Todd. All the way to last coming off that length break since March. Raced on the 31st of January. Just a week ago. Third by 3 lengths, making rapid headway in deep stretch to total velocity. And chasing my dream. Gets a furlong longer to travel, and having raced against much better horses than these. Raced against the likes of Linguist, eventual Oaks winner of last season, ran against the likes of Not My Identity. We'll see him in action later on in the feature event, the LLOYD Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy. And this reportable offense looks to be in a spot where she should be much better than the opposition. Bad Tanisha could be the next best horse in the lineup. Had a runner-up effort in November. Also had another runner-up effort in October. Second by 3 lengths behind Sparking Fire. Second by a length and a quarter behind True Blue. Any of those 2 efforts we produce here, we'll see Bad Tanisha being banked in contention throughout. Number 5, Too Easy. This one gets 9-1. Race on debut at 6-1. 4 by 17.5 lengths. The last possession, Shan Chan and Attila. Shaim Gordon maintains about 4. Gary Crawford. Too Easy. I should improve on that initial outing. And newspaper of record number 1. This is a tardy starter. Joan Post 1. Not the best place to be. She's going to be way behind early. But she has a good late turn of foot. Trevor Townsend. I should have her in a striking position if she's close enough at the top of the lane. Look for newspaper of record to be finishing fairly well in deep stretch. Make it 10-3, 5-1 for race number 5. Reportable offense over Bad Tanisha. Too Easy and newspaper of record.
They've closed up the front of the gates as loading up is about to begin. Late 5-star heading for 800,000, rolling triple 400,000. You need to get your wagers on now. Any moment they will begin to load. 6 furlongs, 1,200 meters, a field of 10 as we have a scratch in 8, perfect balance. The high 5 on its way to 400,000. Reportable offense and Richie Shakes, the favorites in this event. Fillies and mares, maidens at the start. And of course, reportable offense is the one the public goes for. Was at 1-2, now 3-5. Brilliant Mind. And the colors of Oral Hayden being led to 2. Action Pack, Ray and Lewis aboard. They're in. So horse is loading. Bad Tanisha being led to 3. Bad Tanisha up to 3 and in. Too Easy. We load at 5. Shaheem Gordon. Casually Yours. Walking to 6. 7 will be filled by Dixie Fire. She's on the way. Dixie Fire up to 7. Goes in. 5 to load. Attila walks to 9. Attila is in. Reportable offense. The favorite coming into 10. Newspaper of record loads at 1. Starlight Princess will load at 11. And the final one will be Life is Light, Anthony Allen, from the stables of Gary Griffiths. Life is Light up and in. Field in line. Starter ready. Brilliant Mind acting up. Ready once again, they're off. Fair start. Reportable offense has catching up to do, racing at the back early. Brilliant Mind and Bad Tanisha match strides, with Brilliant Mind going on by a half a length over Bad Tanisha. Life is Light tracks them in third as they leave the 5. Just about 2.5 lengths separates the first 3. Attila racing a close-up fourth. Casually Yours is next. Reportable offense now gets going on the outside of Newspaper of Record. Too Easy races up next as they leave the half mile and go spinning into that turn. Starlight Princess is also making ground. Too Easy is fading back quickly, overtaken now by a Dixie Fire. They've left the 3/8 and run toward the final 5/16. Brilliant Mind continues to lead them. Bad Tanisha in a handy spot. Attila breathing down the necks. Life is Light on the outside now, asked to make ground, but they come thundering into the top of the lane. Brilliant Mind in between horses under a ride. Bad Tanisha now grabs a hold, and Bad Tanisha strikes the front. Watch Attila over against the rail in the pink cap trying to close up. In behind them, that's Casually Yours. Reportable offense now, treading water on the outside, but Attila has shot through and grabbed that lead and is in complete control inside the final 16th. It is all Attila out in front. They won't stop Attila, and terrific Tevin Foster. They win by 6 or more. Reportable offense coming with a late run second. Casually Yours is third. Bad Tanisha fourth. Dixie Fire is fifth.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 5, number 9 Attila, 4-year-old bay filly by Sunshine and Shadow, Piece by Piece by Alicius, bred Orange Valley Estates Limited, owned and trained Fitznorm Williams, the winning rider, terrific Tevin Foster. And of course, he is powered by True Shake, Nutrition Shake, the winning groom, George Duhaney. Second, a number 10, Reportable Offense. A third, number 6, Casually Yours. Fourth, a number 3, Bad Bad Tanisha. And a fifth, number 7, Dixie Fly. A final time for 6 furlongs, 117.2.
Ready once again, they're off. First start, Reportable Offense has catching up to do, racing at the back early. Brilliant Mind and Bad Bad Tanisha match strides, with Brilliant Mind going on by a half a length over Bad Bad Tanisha. Life is Light tracks them in third as they leave the 5. Just about 2.5 lengths separates the first 3. Attila racing a close-up fourth. Casually Yours is next. Reportable Offense now gets going on the outside of Newspaper of Record. Too Easy races up next as they leave the half mile and go spinning into that turn. Starlight Princess is also making ground. Too Easy is fading back quickly, overtaken now by a Dixie Fire. They've left the 3/8 and run toward the final 5/16. Brilliant Mind continues to lead them. Bad Bad Tanisha in a handy spot. Attila breathing down the necks. Life is Light on the outside now, asked to make ground, but they come thundering into the top of the lane. Brilliant Mind in between horses under a ride. Bad Bad Tanisha now grabs a hold, and Bad Bad Tanisha strikes the front. Watch Attila over against the rail in the pink cap trying to close up. In behind them, that's Casually Yours. Reportable Offense now treading water on the outside, but Attila has shot through and grabbed that lead and is in complete control inside the final 16th. It is all Attila out in front. They won't stop Attila, and terrific Tevin Foster. They win by 6 or more. Reportable Offense coming with a late run second. Casually Yours is third. Bad Bad Tanisha fourth. Dixie Fire is fifth. Result of the 5th, now official. Horses to the testing barn. 3, Bad Bad Tanisha. 9, Attila. 3 and 9, both go to be tested. Splits 24-2, 50 and 1. They raced 6 furlongs in 1:17.2. The margin's 5 1/4 by 2 1/2.
And this one is the best back runner at fixtures winners for the entire day. It's number 16, Sudden Flight. It's all one-way traffic on Sudden Flight, open at 220, down to about $1.30 now, and there's pretty no other horse being better at the fixtures winner here. It's all Sudden Flight. By far the best back runner of this race and the best back runner of the day. So good luck for race number 6.
Horses take the track for the 6. It's for 5-year-olds and up. It's an optional claiming event. 200,000 only the tag. Also native bred 6-year-olds and up. Non-winners of 2. The distance 800 meters or 4 furlongs straight. Number 1, Shadow of a Doubt. Make the weight 54 kilos or 119 pounds. 2, Ants Attack. 53.5 or 118. 3, Mr. Wonderful. 57 or 126. 5, Big Man Biden. 55 or 121. 6, Galway Bay. 51 or 112. 8, Beautiful Moon. 53 or 117. 10, Steen. 54 or 119. 11, Money Man. 53 or 117. Wagering offered on double event exacta, Quinella trifecta, superfecta, high 5, rolling triple. This is where the strike 4 begins. Single winner bonus in excess of $1.1 million. Strike 4 on its way to 700,000. Get your wagers on.
So the runners are making their way to post. We have a massive strike four pool as usual. Strike four pool approaching 1.4 million. So we're getting close to 1.5 million in the strike four pool. High five wagering. I got a nice high five to boot. Approaching 400,000. High five approaching 400,000. And your strike four approaching 1.4 million. Get your bets on. Runners arriving at the post.
Attila scores a mild upset win at 7-1. Tevin Foster right there for Fitzgerald Williams, more popular known as features of Al Safra fame. And Fitzgerald Williams does very well with the fillies. And this Attila really turned the form around in no uncertain manner. Cut the corner at the top of the lane and ran on strongly to win, going away over the big favorite. Reportable offense was only able to muster second. That ticket count on the regular 6, down to 5, coming to the cash out leg. And we have 5.3 billion in the net pool. And of course, the jackpot almost 17 million. So 5 tickets alive, a big field of 16. A lot can happen in a 16-horse field. Let's see how this will unfold. 383 tickets are going on the Twilight 6, 4.3 million plus in the net pool there. And the mandatory payout, the 5-star, has 231 live tickets and 6.7 million in that net pool. Let's now take a look at the 6th event, the start of the strike 4 and the cash out leg of the regular 6. Big field of 16 goes 800 meters straight or 400 straight. It's for the lowest level of claim in 200,000. Top selection at 2-5. Number 16, Sudden Flight, back in form, has won 3 of the last 6, second on the other 3 occasions. So definitely going to be the one to beat here. Now at 1-2, Javanil Patterson riding for Donovan Clark. First time on the claim, 57 kilos and all. Number 16, Sudden Flight, the top selection. Number 15, Big Guy in the Sky, also quite capable on his best day. Kevin Foster loose for the quick double, and he rides to Joseph Thomas. Also to be kept on the right side is Pip, number 12. Shane Richardson rides here for Rowe, make that Ricardo Brown. And this one was served by 9.5 lengths of Sudden Flight in December, so has a lot of running to the turntables here. But a change of barn for Sudden Flight. Will Sudden Flight do just as well? And towards the inside is number 1, Shadow of a Doubt, led in a 4-4 straight contest on last among the likes of Silent American and Rapida. Now takes on 200,000 claimers without a tag. Shaheem Gordon picks up the mount for Lenny Shim and owner Britt Mack. With that speed shown on last, Shadow of a Doubt should be able to tack across from the inside post and make it a close affair throughout. Make it 16, 15, 12, 1. My order of preference for race number 6. Sudden Flight over Big Guy in the Sky, Pip, and Shadow of a Doubt. Strike 4 put is at 1.3 million and climbing. You have limited wagering time remaining. Best of luck.
So they have closed up the front of the gates for the loading process. Horse is about to load. And this is the cash out leg of the Reggae 6 and the start of the Strike 4. And whoa, look at the Strike 4 pool. It's approaching 1.6 million and the High Five pool on its way to 600,000. So a nice High Five and a massive Strike 4. Horses loading for the 6. Ants Attack, the first one to load. Ants Attack goes in at 2. Mr. Wonderful joins at 3. So horses loading. Got a favorite. Sudden Flight 1 to 2. Second choice, Big Guy in the Sky 7 to 2. Mo Aviator goes in at 4. Working on Big Man Biden, gate 5. Now in. Galway Bay is next, gate 6. Morse code to gate 7. Morse code goes in. Storm Boy in at 9. A Beautiful Moon in at 8. A Steen coming to gate 10. Goes in. Money Man 11. So still about 5 out. Open gate 14. That's where Fault Line will break from. So working on Fault Line to gate 14. Fault Line currently 99 to 1 and the bet in one of the longer shots. Rider comes down from Fault Line. Rayon Blake. Fault Line backing away from gate 14. They'll try again. So Fault Line seems to be in. Rider climbing up to get situated. 4 to load. Pip coming to gate 12. Now 3 out. Well, 4 out. The number 1 gate is still not filled, so 4 runners. Spitzenkahn in at 13. Shadow of a Doubt comes to gate 1. Sudden Flight in at 16. 1 to load. Well, Shadow of a Doubt still out. Shadow of a Doubt looks to be in. Big Man in the Sky load. We have a line. Big Guy in the Sky. 4 furlong the trip. Now they're off and racing. Getting away smartly, that's Storm Boy in the center. Over to the near side, that's Sudden Flight. So Sudden Flight to the near side. Right there too, that's Moneyman. Storm Boy is hustled up in the middle. Over on the far side, More Aviator. And way over on the far side, the gray Shadow of a Doubt and the Galway Bay racing together. But it is Sudden Flight, looks to be in control. Coming to the furlong pole with a good-looking lead. Sudden Flight in front. Also coming on, that's Big Guy in the Sky. Over on the far side, Galway Bay. Sudden Flight is still in control and looks to have this one all sewn up. Sudden Flight canting away from these. Sudden Flight on an afternoon stroll. About 8 lengths. Big Guy in the Sky second. Steen looks to be third. Got tied for fourth. Either Storm Boy, Spitzen Khan, or Galway Bay.
We have a claim, we have a claim. Number 16, Sudden Flight. The 35 claim submitted, 1 void in a 34-way shake. Ryan Darby claims Sudden Flight for himself. 16, Sudden Flight claimed by Ryan Darby for himself.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 6, number 16, a Sudden Flight, and 80-year-old Dark Bay Gelding by Natural Selection, Macon Joy by Elysius, bred YS 1955 Limited, owned Khalif Granian, trained Donovan Clark, the winning rider, Javanil Patterson. And of course, Javanil is one of our True Shake sponsored rider, the groom Glenn Chambers. Second, number 15, Big Guy in the Sky. A third, number 10, is Steen. A fourth, number 9, Storm Boy. And a fifth, number 13, Spitzen Khan. Final time for 800 meters or 4 furlong straight, 47 flat. Rayan Blake, you're wanted in the steward's room. That's jockey Rayan Blake. Please go now to the steward's room. Four furlong the trip. Now they're off and racing. Getting away smartly, that Storm Boy in the center. Over to the near side, that's Sudden Flight. So Sudden Flight to the near side. Right there too, that's Moneyman. Storm Boy is hustled up in the middle. Over on the far side, More Aviator. And way over on the far side, the gray Shadow of a Doubt and the Galway Bay racing together. But it is Sudden Flight, looks to be in control. Coming to the furlong pole with a good-looking lead. Sudden Flight in front. Also coming on, that's Big Guy in the Sky. Over on the far side, Galway Bay. Sudden Flight is still in control and looks to have this one also up. Sudden Flight canting away from these. Sudden Flight on an afternoon stroll. About 8 lengths. Big Guy in the Sky second. Steen looks to be third. Got tied for fourth. Either Storm Boy, Spitzen Khan, or Galway Bay.
Result of the 6 now official. Horses to the testing barn. 10, Steen, 16, Sudden Flight. 10 and 16 go to the testing barn. The split was 23-4, final time 4 furlong straight, 47 flat. The margins 9 by 1 3/4. Reggae 6 returned to 447,817. Single winner bonus in the Reggae 6 now $18,504,914.63.
No problems there for top selection sudden flight. Jeopardy the passenger riding there for Turner Donovan Clark. First time off the claim and wins for fun. That's now 4 wins in the last 7 races with 3 runner-up efforts. So sudden flight in tip-top shape right now and gets the job done as your short price favorite. Congrats to our Regular 6 winners, $447,870 in dividends there. And that's a good day in the office any day. The jackpot now 18.5 million plus, and that's climbing towards mandatory payout day. So we had 5 live tickets going into the last leg, and indeed the favorite delivered. And we are looking forward to a big day on Ash Wednesday. Racing will be on for Saturday the 14th. So that's going to be the last day to hit the jackpot before Ash Wednesday with the mandatory payout. So we're bang on target to be well over $20 million in that jackpot for mandatory payout day. Let's now take a look at the closing stages of our Regular 6 events.
But still, Noble Monarch is fending them off on the run toward the furlong pole. Watch Captain Fantastic now coming forward with a kick down against the real Noble Monarch. Beginning to fold up. Captain Fantastic now puts the head in front. Baez Agree is there. Here comes charging through Golden Lawyer on the outside. It's Captain Fantastic holding off Golden Lawyer to win it. Close between Baez Agree, Noble Monarch. Little Maggie is back in 5th.
But So Lucky Am I is traveling well. Wagwan has a fight on his hands. So Lucky Am I, Wagwan, So Lucky Am I is really challenging Wagwan. So Lucky Am I looks to be doing the better. Wagwan needs to find something else. But So Lucky Am I begins to go in. So Lucky Am I by a length and a half from Wagwan, Blythewood, El Capitan, and Barbecue back in 5th.
But they drive inside the final furlong. It is bold move under the stand fence. Here now, beginning to close up with a flourish. That's Emperor of the Cats, and Emperor of the Cats explodes when it all mattered and goes on to win it. Second, Fly Blue Jet. Sashon looks to be third over bold move, 4th.
They're lined up across the track, and now Legal Fight. It's the front from Papi Uso, still on the inside. Slam Sharp Benison taking aim, and now it's Papi Uso going on from Legal Fight. Papi Uso, Legal Fight. Benison's to keep on closing. It's Papi Uso in front. Benison closing down on the outside, and Benison has got him. Benison beats Papi Uso. Legal Fight back in 3rd, and Slam Sharp, the pace setter, in 4th.
But Attila has shot through and grabbed that lead and is in complete control inside the final 16th. It is all Attila out in front. They won't stop Attila, and terrific Tevin Foster. They win by 6 or more. Reportable offense coming with a late run 2nd. Casually Yours is 3rd. Bad Bad Tanisha 4th. Dixie Fire is 5th.
Sudden Flight in front. Also coming on, that's Big Guy in the Sky over on the far side. Galway Bay. Sudden Flight is still in control and looks to have this one all sewn up. Sudden Flight canting away from these. Sudden Flight on an afternoon stroll. About 8 lengths. Big Guy in the Sky 2nd. Steen looks to be 3rd. Cut tight for 4th. Either Storm Boy, Spitzen Khan, or Galway Bay.
Number 7, then this one is another slightly interesting one. I mean, although it's not a high volume betting race here, but some good goals are at a couple of them. But number 2, Any Means, currently at 235, is the best back runner. But number 4, Unbelievable Power, well supported as well as number 1, Dash All A. This one is at 250. But of the 3, it's Any Means, who is also the even one the favorite in the total. Any Means is the best back runner here. But good support for the 1, Dash All Day, and number 4, Unbelievable Power, the first time out. So good luck for race number 7.
So just reminding you of the mandatory payouts on a simulcast on the I Love February promotion. On a Tuesday, it's Parks. Mandatory payout on the play spot 8 at Parks this Tuesday. On Wednesday, it's Parks once again, the PX6, a mandatory payout on the PX6. And also on Wednesday, it's Charlestown, a mandatory payout on the CT6. On Thursday, the 12th, it's Gulfstream Park, mandatory payout on the GP6 at Gulfstream. On Friday the 13th, it's Santa Anita and Gulfstream, the Cali 6 at Santa Anita, and the Pick 4 at Gulfstream. On Saturday, it's Charlestown's Pick 4, mandatory payout there. And Sunday simulcast on the 15th, it's Aqueduct and Santa Anita, the NY6 at Aqueduct, and the Pick 4 at Santa Anita. And on Monday, the 16th of February, it's Parks once again, the Pick 4 mandatory payout on the Pick 4. So those are the mandatory payouts coming for this week and next week also in the I Love February promotion.
Horses take the track for the 7th. It's a restricted allowance 2 for native bred 3-year-olds, non-winners of 2, and imported 3-year-olds and up maidens the distance 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. Number 1, Dash All Day, 53.5 or 118 pounds. 3, Mulligan Man, 54 or 119. 6, Honey Brown, 54 or 119. Wagering offered on double event, exacta, trifecta. This is where the late triple begins. The late triple heading for 800,000. Get your wagers on.
Southern Flight roams home in race number 6 and delivers the goods there for Reggae 6 players. Over 447,000 in dividends. Jackpot now 18.5 billion. That will be up for grabs on Saturday, the 14th of February. And then we'll look forward to mandatory period day on the 18th of February. Live ticket count on the Twilight 6, 364, with 4.362 million plus in the net pool. And the mandatory period early 5-star comes into race number 7 with the cash out leg on 22, make that 222 live tickets and over 6.7 million in that net pool. It's time for the start of the late triple. Minimum guarantee bid 400,000. The field of 6 will go 1,100 meters or 5.5 furlongs. It's a restricted allowance too for native bred 3-year-olds, nuns of 2 and imported 3-year-old maidens. 1.1 million in purse. Top selection goes to number 4, Unbelievable Power. This one makes a much anticipated debut. She's a 3-year-old chestnut faded by Accelerate out of the hard spun dam. Fastest spin. Bred in the USA by Mark Seacrest, own ACK Stable Strain, Anthony Nunes, ridden by Ian W. Spence, the groom Mr. Anthony. Unbelievable Power has worked fairly well. 5.5 furlongs, 108.2 by 102.2. Half mile in 49.2, 48.2, 36.2. So she has carried herself quite well. She looks quite good. And I'm expecting her to be good enough to fight out the finish here. She's at 5-2. Number 2 is Any Means. This one is at even money. Shane Ellis ride for Michael Marlowe. Any Means ran a brave race last time, was second by half a length in the Rimsky Trophy behind Fernando, led at the front pole by a head, but just didn't have enough to hold on from the fast finishing Fernando. Has second time late 6 now, gets a half a furlong shorter to travel, even money for Any Means, and this one looks likely to fight out the finish as well. Number 3, Mulligan Man, comes out of that same event won by Dash All Day over Exceeding Beyond. And Mulligan Man was served by 2.25 lengths after prompting the issue from the word go. Second by 3 goals by length at half mile, second by neck at the quarter pole, third by length and a half at the furlong pole. And gets a half a furlong longer to work with now. Dane Dawkins picks up the mount, replacing Shane Ellis, and he rides here for Trinidad Stack and Roman. Blinkers taken off. Second time late 6. Mulligan Man has looked sharp at exercise since his debut on the 10th of January. Worked on the 31st of January, 5.5 furlongs at 108.2 alongside American Aviator. Mulligan Man at 2-1. Can also get the job done. It appears to be a wide open contest. Number 1, Dash All Day. This local bred did the native breds proud on Dash when winning, beating importees. Exceeding Beyond was second, Mulligan Man was third, and that was a gutsy performance by this small framed colt. He's by Alvaro Melcano out of the Blue Epsilon Dam Run All Day. Radish Roman picks up the mountain place in Linton Sedman, riding for Anthony Nunes, and this Dash All Day has second time lay 6. And when you see this name Dash All Day, a horse by the name of Ride All Day comes to mind. That's of course Horse of the Year, Ride All Day, and we look forward to him to make his seasonal debut anytime soon. Dash All Day though, clearly a brave sort, and he's small in frame, but he has a big heart, and that big heart could see him getting the better of the Americans once again. Good looking sprint. I'm going 4-2-3 at 1 as my order of preference. Unbelievable Power over Any Means, then Mulligan Man and Dash All Day. Final trip is at $1 million. It's now on to post. Best of luck.
So the runners have arrived at the post. This is race number 7 where the late triple starts. Late triple on its way to 1.2 million. And the runners are at the post. So get into the windows now and place your wagers. This late triple, as always, well worth your wager. Get your bets on. They're closing up the front of the gates for the loading process. Hurry and place your bets.
Horse is now loading. Dash all day, the first one in. Water Spun loads next. Honey Brown walks to 6. Any Means goes in at 2. We wait on a Mulligan Man. An unbelievable power. Mulligan Man walking to 3. So Mulligan Man holding things up a bit. Ian Spence comes off unbelievable power. 2 to load. Mulligan Man. Still refusing. Mulligan Man getting help. Goes in third time of asking. Ian Spence walking to the gate as they try now with unbelievable power. Unbelievable power refusing. Any Means coming out of gate 2. Unbelievable power up to 4 or loads. They try to reload Any Means now. Shane Ellis. Field in line. 5.5 furlongs. They're off. What a Spun steps off behind horses, giving the rest a jump. A Dash All Day goes for that lead. Any Means pulling alongside. Mulligan Man is there. Honey Brown races just on the outside of Mulligan Man. Unbelievable Power is 3 lengths in behind them as they dash away now inside the final half of a mile. And last of all, it's a What a Spun not recovering. They charge past the 7/16th. A Dash All Day and Any Means matching strides. Dash All Day by the flare of a nostril. Any Means applying pressure on the outside. They leave the 3. A break of 5 to Mulligan Man. Honey Brown asked to make ground. Unbelievable Power second from last. And What a Spun now beginning to make some progress as they come thundering into the lane. It's the local bred Dash All Day with that lead. Any Means needs a length to get to him. Dash All Day brave on that lead and fighting off Any Means. Here is Mulligan Man now asked to close up in the green silks, but it is Dash All Day, a quick change of the stick, but Mulligan Man has now covered the leader, and now Mulligan Man hits the front. Inside the final 16th, it's a Mulligan Man and devastating Dane Dawkins. They take it by maybe 3. Unbelievable Power is racing in second. Dash All Day, Great Run is third. Fourth, What a Spun.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 7, number 3, Mulligan Man, a 3-year-old dark beer or brown colt by Free Drop Billy, a jelly roll by Smart Strike, bred U Moore, owned Christopher and Kenroy McKenzie, Sydney Roman as well, and trained by Sacklin Roman. The winning rider, Devastating Dane Dawkins. The groom, Dale Wallace, second, number 4, Unbelievable Power. A third, number 1, Dash All Day. And a fourth, number 5, What a Spun. Final time for 5.5 furlongs, 108 and 3.
Five and a half furlongs. They're off. What a Spun steps off behind horses, giving the rest a jump. Dash All Day goes for that lead. Any means pulling alongside. Mulligan Man is there. Honey Brown races just on the outside of Mulligan Man. Unbelievable Power is 3 lengths in behind them as they dash away now inside the final half of a mile. And last of all, it's a What a Spun not recovering. They charge past the 7/16th, a Dash All Day and Any Means matching strides. Dash All Day by the flare of a nostril. Any Means applying pressure on the outside. They leave the 3. A break of 5 to Mulligan Man. Honey Brown has to make ground. Unbelievable Power second from last. And What a Spun now beginning to make some progress as they come thundering into the lane. It's the local bred Dash All Day with that lead. Any Means needs a length to get to him. Dash All Day brave on that lead and fighting off Any Means. Here is Mulligan Man now asked to close up in the green silks, but it is Dash All Day, a quick change of the stick, but Mulligan Man has now covered the leader, and now Mulligan Man hits the front. Inside the final 16th, it's a Mulligan Man and Devastating Dane Dawkins. They take it by maybe 3. Unbelievable Power is racing in second. Dash All Day, Great Run is third. Fourth, What a Spun. Result of the 7th now official. Horses to the barn. 3 Mulligan Man, 4 Unbelievable Power. 3 Mulligan Man, 4 Unbelievable Power go to the barn to get tested. Splits 24, 49, 3. 5.5 furlongs raced in 108.3. The margins 3 by 1 1/4. Your attention, please. Josh Edwards asked to go now to the stewards room. Josh Edwards wanted in the stewards room. Your attention, please. Jockey Shane Ellis wanted in the stewards room. Shane Ellis, please go now to the stewards room. horses take the track for the 8th. It's the Lloyd Lindbergh Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy. It's an overnight allowance for 3-year-olds and up, the distance 1,600 meters or 1 mile. 4 Rinsville make the weight 49.5 or 109 pounds. 6 Neostar 53 or 117. Wagering on a double event. This is the late double, exacta and trifecta. The double heading for 600,000. Get your wagers on.
It's now time for the Lord Lindbergh Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy, and on your monitor right now is a photo of Lord Lindbergh Lindy DELAPENHA, veteran sportcaster, and Lindy DELAPENHA made an outstanding contribution to the horse racing industry for many years. His knowledge of horses served him well as a host of several radio programs about horse racing, including Turf Talk on KLAS FM, which was voted the the best ever horse racing program on radio, and he brought excitement to reported horse racing that was for many years as the sport of kings. That's known for many years as the sport of kings. So we honor Lindy DELAPENHA with the upcoming Lord Lindbergh Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy. A field of 7 will go 1 mile, 1,600 meters or 8 furlongs. Live ticket count on the Twilight 6 now down to 142 with 4.36 million plus in the net pool there. Let's take a look at our feature. Top selection goes to the favorite, number 2, Barnaby. Last race on the 23rd of August 2025 in the Distinctly Irish. 4 by 6 lengths behind Gurvana, Funcan Down and Blue Vinyl. And prior to that was a winner of the Ian Levy on the 5th of April and that made him eligible for the Mute Mile from early in the season, but he was not able to run in the Mute Mile, clearly because of setbacks. Has been looking well at exercise. I maintained a fifth of a second on the 25th of January for 5 furlongs round. On the 1st of February, 6 furlongs in 113 flat, so he is down in class from open allowance company down to Overington allowance, and he has 57 kilos. He looks fit and ready to make a winning return. Number 3, Mark My Identity, gets 4-1 with the hot jock Dane Dawkins riding for Byron Davis. And Byron Davis had a win earlier with Benison, so he's looking for a double. And Mark My Identity has a good late turn of foot. Should appreciate the mile. Third on 3 attempts at overnight, so he's race fit and ready. Big effort expected once again. And number 1 is Brenda Boy, also can't be faulted on the score of fitness. Robert Haldane riding for Jessica Costa. Third on the last outing, that was at 7.5 furlongs, beaten by All Machine and Mac and Rome. We saw Mac and Rome win the George Hosang OD Trophy yesterday. And on New Year's Day, runner-up was this Brenda Boy behind Provident. His stablemate going 9 furlongs and 25 yards at 157.4, and was second again behind another stablemate, Interesting Times Ahead, on the 21st of December, going a mile in 140 and a fifth of a second. So fit and ready are both Brenda Boy and Mark My Identity. They have race fitness on their side, and they should use that race fitness to make it close enough with the big favorite Barnaby. He's down in class. Of the others, Sister and Treasure should be thereabouts as well. And we could possibly have a lone speed here in the form of Neo Star. Not seeing much speed to go with Neo Star. Barnaby runs better races from just off the pace or even from further back. Brenda Boy and Mark My Identity also run their best races from further behind. So Rainsville doesn't appear on that quick. So we may very well have a lone speed here in the form of Neo Star. So if there's going to be any form of upset from in front, look no further than Neo Star. It's the Lord Lindbergh Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy. Make it 2, 3, 1, and 5, my order of preference. Barnaby to get the better of Mark My Identity, Brenda Boy, and Sister in Treasure.
So runners at the post for the Lloyd Lindbergh Lindy DELAPENHA OD Memorial Trophy. The late double on its way to 1.1 million. Any moment now they will begin to close the gates. Get your wagers on. And now they begin to close the gates. So loading up, about to begin. Hurry, get those wagers on. Loading up, about to begin. For this, the Lloyd Lindbergh Lindy DELAPENHA OD Memorial Trophy. 1 mile the trip, and Rainsville is in along with Mark My Identity. Brenda Boy coming into 1. Neo Star is loaded at 6. Late double on its way to 1.4 million. Last chance to wager. Strike Smart coming into 7. Waiting on the favorite, Barnaby. 2 to 5 to get into gate 2. Barnaby is in. Field in 9. They're off. Brenda Boy just misses it along with Barnaby. They have catching up to do. Strike Smart and Neo Star match strides, but only briefly, as Neo Star now goes on from Strike Smart as they leave the 7. Rainsville races up next. Sister and Treasure is racing toward the outside as they dash away now toward the final 6 furlongs. Barnaby has made good progress with Mark My Identity, and Brenda Boy remains at the back of the field. They run past the 6 and head toward the 5. Neo Star guides them along by a length and a tail. Strike Smart settled down in second. Rainsville is right in behind them, looking to have a lot in hand. Mark My Identity is racing back in fourth, 5 off that lead, about to be joined by Barnaby. Brenda Boy races up toward the back of the field with Sister and Treasure. They share last. They arrive at the half mile and go spinning into that turn, and it is Neo Star on the inside. Strike Smart continues to attack as they leave the 7/16th, and now Neo Star kicks away from Strike Smart. Rainsville is asked to go. Mark My Identity and Barnaby both need to find maybe 6 lengths to get to those leaders. 2 lengths back to Sister and Treasure, and the ridden Brenda Boy needs help as they're about to come into the top of the lane in the Lloyd Lindbergh Lindy DELAPENHA OD Memorial Trophy. They're into it now, a quarter of a mile. They've got to catch Neo Star, and the rider now becomes a busy person as they drive toward the furlong pole. It is Neo Star out in front. Neo Star with that lead. There is a Barnaby down against the rail now, beginning to come with a run. Neo Star out in front on the Javanil Patterson. Barnaby sprouting wings on the rail. Barnaby will win it over Neo Star. Rainsville is 3rd. Mark My Identity is 4th.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 8, the Lloyd Lindbergh Lindy DELAPENHA OD Memorial Trophy. Number 2, Barnaby, 5-year-old bay horse by Tapiture. Giants Diva by Giants Causeway. Bred Mikhail Yanakov. Own Ix Bjorn, train Anthony Babanunas, the winning rider, the champion jockey, Radish the Sneaky Fox Roman, the groom Ian Winters. Second, also from the Anthony Babanunas stable, he's responsible for the exacta. Number 6, Neo Star. Third, number 4, Rainsville. And fourth, number 3, Mark My Identity. Final time for 8 furlongs, 1 mile, 1:39 and 2.
The 8th now official. Horses to the testing barn. 2, Barnaby. 3, Mark My Identity. 2 and 3 both go to be tested. The splits 25, 49, 114, 1. They raced a mile in 139.2. The margins 3/4 by 4.5. They're off. Brenda Boy just misses it along with Barnaby. They have catching up to do. Strike Smart and Neo Star match strides, but only briefly, as Neo Star now goes on from Strike Smart as they leave the 7. Rainsville races up next. Sister Treasure is racing toward the outside as they dash away now toward the final 6 furlongs. Barnaby has made good progress with Mark My Identity, and Brenda Boy remains at the back of the field. They run past the 6 and head toward the 5. Neo Star guides them along by a length and a tail. Strike Smart settled down in second. Rainsville is right in behind them, looking to have a lot in hand. Mark My Identity is racing back in fourth, 5 off that lead, about to be joined by Barnaby. Brenda Boy races up toward the back of the field with Sister and Treasure. They share last. They arrive at the half mile and go spinning into that turn, and it is Neostar on the inside. Strike Smart continues to attack as they leave the 7/16th, and now Neostar kicks away from Strike Smart. Rainsville is asked to go. Mark My Identity and Barnaby both need to find maybe 6 lengths to get to those leaders. 2 lengths back to Sister and Treasure, and the ridden Brenda Boy needs help as they're about to come into the top of the lane. In the Lloyd Lindbergh, Lindy DELAPENHA OD Memorial Trophy, they're into it now, a quarter of a mile. They've got to catch Neostar, and the rider now becomes a busy person as they drive toward the furlong pole. It is Neostar out in front. Neostar with that lead. There is a Barnaby down against the rail now, beginning to come with a run. Neostar out in front on the Javanil Patterson. Barnaby sprouting wings on the rail. Barnaby will win it over Neostar. Rainsville is third. Mark My Identity is fourth.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention called to the winners enclosure for the presentation of the Lloyd Lindbergh Lindy DELAPENHA OD Memorial Trophy. Making the presentation, the great-grandson of the late Lindy DELAPENHA OD, Luca DELAPENHA, and he makes it to the winning trainer, Anthony Baba Nunes, representing the winning owner, Ajax Bjorn. Also in the presentation party, Derek Brandt Jr., Linda DELAPENHA, Ariel Hammond, Joshua Powell, Jabilo Needham, as well as Stephen Hanna, Carl Lawrence, the winning jockey, champion jockey, Radish the Sneaky Fox Roman, and Rowan Higgins. Congratulations to the winning connections. Race number 8, the Lloyd Lindbergh Lindy DELAPENHA OD Memorial Trophy.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please. Ryan Darby has to go now to the testing barn. Ryan Darby wanted in the testing barn.
The ninth and final, and similar to the action taking place in the tote, the favorite in the tote as number 11 Tiger Me, that currently at 225 at the fixers windows. That's the best back runner here. A couple others are getting support. Number 6 Bernard Quick currently at $5. 7 High Diplomacy at 4. But the real bulk of the betting that has been coming in pretty steady throughout the day. It's all on number 11 Tiger Amid at currently at 225, and your best back runner also the 3-2 favorite in the tote. So good luck for race number 9.
Horses take the track for the ninth. It's for 3-year-olds and up. It's an optional claiming event. 350,000 to 250,000 the tag. Also 6-year-olds and up, non-winners of 4, and native bred 5-year-olds, non-winners of 2, and native bred 5-year-olds, non-winners of 2. The distance 1400 meters or 7 furlongs. Number 1 always right, 51.5 kilos or 114 pounds. 3 Millennium Star, 53.5 or 118. 4 Blitz Strike, 55 or 121. 5 Security Code, 51.5 or 114. 7 High Diplomacy, 57 kilos or 126 pounds. 8 Money Must, 53 or 117, the rider Emilio McLean. 13 XY Soul, 52.5 or 116. Wagering on Exacta, Quinella, Trifecta, Superfecta, High Five. Get your wagers on. High Five approaching 300,000.
The Lord Lindbergh Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy goes to the favorite Barnaby Radish Roman, riding there for Anthony Nunes and owner Axe Behorn, coming from out the pace, getting a real run and a really hit top stride in deep stretch to get the long-time leader, New Star, that lone speed I was telling you about, almost created the upset, held on up to the final 25 yards, but then Barnaby got the advantage in deep stretch. So a 10-1 New Star completed a very nice exacta there. So good ride by both Javinia Patterson and Radish Roman to bring the house down in the Lord Lindbergh Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy. Live ticket count on the Twilight 6, 140 with 4.36 million plus in that net pool. It's now onto the cash out leg of the Twilight 6, the catch 9. And indeed, your other exotics, such as your strike 4, lead 5 star, and lead triple. Let's take a look at the 9th and final. It's for the claim at about 350 down to 250,000. They go 1,400 meters or 7 furlongs. Top selection goes to number 11, Targa Midat. So earlier on the card, we had O'Neill Markland, more popularly known as the Sweetie Man, getting a win with Emperor of the Cats. So he's doing for the Cat and the Tiger double. So Emperor of the Cats got the job done in race number 3. Everett Clunas Road there for the Sweetie Man, O'Neill Markland. So now it's the turn of Bebito Harvey aboard Targa Midat for O'Neill Markland, the Sweetie Man. And Targa Midat looks well, looks quite well. And he has worked well also on the 25th of January, 5.5 furlongs is 112 flat mile 105.1 on the 1st of February, a half mile in 50 and 4/5 of a second. Won easily enough at the 350 level on the 22nd of November. Claim from that event, races without a tag, the waiver claim option engaged, and Targa Midat looks likely to deliver the goods here for the Emperor of the Cats, Targa Midat, Sweetie Man double. Number 7 is High Diplomacy. This one gets 8 to 5. Robert Halley ran for Just Costa. Runner up the last 2 appearances, second by 2 3/4 behind Wilson, going 7 furlong on the 6th of September. And on the 22nd of November was the second by 4 3/4. Then Stingray Express going 6.5 furlongs. Those 2 efforts came at the $500,000 level. And incidentally, High Diplomacy was second on the 22nd of November, the same day that Targa Midat won at 350. So an interesting matchup here between these two. It's 8 to 5 for High Diplomacy and 9 to 5 Targa Midat. Number 6, Bernard the Quick, gets supported tune of 4 to 1. And this one has pace. One of his better efforts among these should at least see him earning a share. And number 1 is Always Right. She usually earns a share, but usually, of course, finds quite a few runners to good 1 or 2 or even 3. But her usual honest effort should see her on the premises come superfecta time and high 5 time. Richie Sakes rides from Michael Marlowe. Make it 11, 7, 6, and 1. My order of preference for the 9th and final, Targa Midat over High Diplomacy, Bernard the Quick, and Always Right.
Runners arriving at the post, and they've closed up the front of the gate for the 9th and the final. Get your bets on High Five Wagering. That's approaching 450,000. Get your bets on. The runners have arrived at the post. The front of the gates are closed. Late scratch here in the 9th and final. Late scratch. Scratch number 6, Bernard the Quick. Scratched on the advice of the vet. So number 6, Bernard the Quick, scratched on the advice of the vet. So we got a nice high five pool to close the card as usual. Nearly 450,000 wagered, so we look to be spot on for $500,000 or more. So get your wagers on. It's wise to wager the late high five, we'll call it. Very nice pool so far. On its way to 500,000. On its way to $500,000. Get your bets on. High five pool approaching $500,000. The high five pool approaching 500,000. Don't forget, all of next week, starting Tuesday, we'll have mandatory payouts on a simulcast. So starting with Parks on Tuesday, and on Wednesday it's Parks as well. On Thursday it's Gulfstream. So mandatory payouts coming your way, and it's courtesy of the I Love February promotion. And the mandatory payout continues next week at Caymanas Park. So a very late scratch, horse number 6, Bernard the Quick, scratched on the advice of the vet. So loading up is very near. Get your bets on. Last chance to do so. Loading up has started. Horses loading. Always right, the first one to load. Millennium Star is next at 3. Blitz Strike heads to gate 4. So Blitz Strike, still working on that one. To gate 4. Blitz Strike is part of the way in. Now in. Security code is next. Gate 5. Working on Money Must. Gate number 8. Money Must is in. Rider taking a seat. Silent Cat comes to gate 9. Silent Cat goes in. Sky Rizzy heads to gate 10. Sky Rizzy is in. Your Primera at 12. high five scooting past 500,000. Could be heading to 600,000. XY Soul, gate 13. Gates 2 and 11 remain open. Nala's Bushman, 14. Working on the 11. Tiger Amidat. Tiger Amidat is in. A 2 to load. Superior and High Diplomacy. Working on Superior. So just a couple to be loaded. Superior refusing. And now Superior is in. Last one enters, High Diplomacy. 7 furlong the trip. Ready to close the show. Santa Michael Sims is ready. And they're off and racing in the nightcap. Superior does everything wrong and is left at the back of the field as Sky Rizzy ridden vigorously to take that lead. Sky Rizzy in front of High Diplomacy racing back there in a second. Then comes Money Must racing in third. Silent Cat coming on the outside. That's Tiger Amidat. Also in the mix, that's XY Soul. Tacked on the inside of Always Right is there. Then comes on the outside, that's EO Primero. Just behind EO Primero, that's Security Code. Now overtaken by Superior. On the outside of Security Code, that's Nala's Bushman. Then comes Millennium Star, and racing at the back of the field, that's Blitz Strike. They head toward the 3, and it is on that lead and really traveling well, but tying up. It's now High Diplomacy and Sky Rizzy. High Diplomacy, Sky Rizzy at the top of coming at the top of the lane. Here comes Tiger Amidat also coming on. That's Money Must, and now High Diplomacy strike the front, but just not. It's High Diplomacy in front, but here comes Tiger Amidat also coming down into it. That's Money Must. It's Tiger Amidat in front of High Diplomacy. Money Must trying to pick them off, but it's Tiger Amidat. High Diplomacy fighting back on the inside. It's High Diplomacy just with the lead. Tiger Amidat fighting on High Diplomacy and Tiger Amidat. Tiger Amidat just doing the better. High Diplomacy still there fighting, but Tiger Amidat beats High Diplomacy. Then comes Money Must Always Right and Silent Cat back in 5th. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 9, number 11, Tiger Amidat, 6-year-old bay horse by Danish Dynaformer, main asset by Giants Causeway, bred Lakeland Farms Limited, owned and trained Oline Markland, the winning rider. 2 on the day for Bebito Harvey, the groom Winston Thompson second, number 7, High Diplomacy, a third, number 8, Money Must, fourth, number 1, Always Right, and a fifth, number 9, Silent Cat. Final time for 7 furlongs, 1:30 and 1.
We have claims. We have claims in the 9th event. We have claims. Number 7, High Diplomacy. 35 submitted, 1 void. Marlon Anderson for himself. Marlon Anderson claims High Diplomacy. 2 claims submitted for number 12, Hijo Primero. Adrian Prince for Carol Campbell. Adrian Prince claims Hijo Primero for owner Carol Campbell.
And they're off and racing in the nightcap. Superior does everything wrong and is left at the back of the field as Sky Rizzi ridden vigorously to take that lead. Sky Rizzi in front of High Diplomacy racing back there in a second. Then comes Money Must racing in third. Silent Cat coming on the outside. That's Tiger Amidat. Also in the mix, that's XY Soul tacked on the inside of Always Right is there. Then comes on the outside, that's EO Primero, just behind EO Primero, that's Security Code, now overtaken by Superior. On the outside of Security Code, that's Nala's Bushman. Then comes a Millennium Star, and racing at the back of the field, that's Blitz Strike. They head toward the 3, and it is on that lead, and really traveling well, but tying up. It's now High Diplomacy and Sky Rizzi. High Diplomacy, Sky Rizzi at the top of the coming at the top of the lane. Here comes Tiger Amidat also coming on. That's Money Must, and now High Diplomacy strike the front, but just not it's High Diplomacy in front. But here comes Tiger Amidat also coming down into it. That's Money Must. It's Tiger Amidat in front of High Diplomacy. Money Must trying to pick them off, but it's Tiger Amidat. High Diplomacy fighting back on the inside. It's High Diplomacy just with the lead. Tiger Amidat fighting on High Diplomacy and Tiger Amidat. Tiger Amidat just doing the better. High Diplomacy still there fighting, but Tiger Amidat beats High Diplomacy. Then comes Money Must, Always Right, and Silent Cat back in 5th.
Result of the 9th. Now official horses to the testing barn. 7, High Diplomacy. 11, Tiger Amidat. 7 and 11 go to the testing barn. Splits 25, 49, 4, 116, 3. They raced 7 furlongs in 1:30 and 1. The margin's 2 1/4 by 10 1/2. More racing next weekend. Stand by for your recap. You'll have it from Michael Kane when ready.
19 races in the history books, 10 yesterday and 9 today. And indeed, it was an exciting weekend of thoroughbred racing. Today's leader nights, Baby Harvey had a double, and trainer Odin Markland, more popularly known as the Sweetie Man, he also had 2 wins on the card. 2 races to recap, races 2 and 8. Race number 2 was a Mercury Sprint, going 5 furlongs straight with Colts and Geldins. And this was a maiden special event for Native Bred 3 O's. The favorite was Wagwan, and there's also the well-fancied Blightwood. So Blightwood and Wagwan were responsible for the bulk of the betting. 3 newcomers, So Lucky Am I number 2, Baby Harvey riding for Ian Roberts. And we also had El Capitan with Linton Stedman riding for Alfred Brown. And there's also a newcomer Barbecue with Tevin Foster riding for Trader Anthony Smith. Small field of 5, but it was expected to be a competitive event. And the Lord LINDBERGH Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy, we had a big favorite in the Downing class, Barnaby, with Ryder Showman riding for Anthony Newton, owner Ajax Behorn. Let's take a look at the closing stages of the Mercury Sprint as well as the Lord LINDBERGH Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy.
As they make their way coming out of the chute. Got 2 furlongs to the money, and on that lead it is Wagwan making the running. Wagwan, So Lucky Am I chasing. Wagwan in front of So Lucky Am I, and this is where the race lie. Left back a bit, that's Blythewood, but So Lucky Am I is traveling well. Wagwan has a fight on his hands. So Lucky Am I, Wagwan, So Lucky Am I is really challenging Wagwan. So Lucky Am I looks to be doing the better. Wagwan needs to find something else, but So Lucky Am I begins to go in. So Lucky Am I by a length and a half from Wagwan, Blythewood, El Capitan, and Barbecue back in 5th.
As they're about to come into the top of the lane in the Lord LINDBERGH Lindy DELAPENHA OD Memorial Trophy. They're into it now, a quarter of a mile. They've got to catch Neostar, and the rider now becomes a busy person as they drive toward the furlong pole. It is Neostar out in front. Neostar with that lead. There is a Barnaby down against the rail now, beginning to come with a run. Neostar out in front on the Javanil Patterson. Barnaby sprouting wings on the rail. Barnaby will win it over Neostar. Rainsville is 3rd. Mark by Identity is 4th.
An upset win in the Mercury Sprint at 8-1. It was So Lucky Am I making a victorious debut. Baby Driver riding there for trainer, owner, breeder Ian Roberts, and that one upset the apple cart in the Mercury Sprint. The favorite got the job done. That was Barnaby in the Lord LINDBERGH Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy. Ryder Showman riding there for trainer Anthony Nunes, just up in time to beat stablemate Neostar, who led for most of the way there. So that was an Anthony Nunes exacta in the Lord LINDBERGH Lindy DELAPENHA Memorial Trophy. That's going to be it from us here at Caymanas Park this weekend. It was indeed a pleasure taking you live and direct. We'll join you next Saturday. That's going to be the 14th of February. That's Valentine's Day as well. And of course, we'll be having Ash Wednesday racing. And that's the mandatory payout date for the Vegas 6. I'm your analyst, Michael Kane, on behalf of the production team and also on behalf of our promoters, Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited. Have a productive week and see you on Saturday for more live thoroughbred racing.
Barnaby sprouting wings on the rail. Barnaby will win it over Neostar.